자, 잠시 뒤 1시 30분부터 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러서 행사의
The Arctic Policy Forum will begin at 1:30. I'd like to ask all distinguished guests to come inside and be seated. And to minimize interruptions, please set your cell phones to vibration or silent mode. We have simultaneous interpretation into English and Korean. Please use your receivers and set it to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
아, 1분 남았는데 귀빈이 너무 참석 안 하셨는데요. 오실 거예요? 네. 누가 좀 사인 좀 선생님 사인. 장관님도 좀 아직 안 오시고.
다 VIP실에 있어서
모시고 오면 바로. 네. 우리 또 경제전략연구본부 또 총 출동하셨네요. 네, 귀빈들께서 착석을
As soon as the honored guests are all seated, we will begin the forum. To minimize interruptions, please set your cell phones to silent mode. Korean and English simultaneous interpretation is provided. Korean is channel 1.
네, 모두 자리에
Please kindly take your seats. As soon as everyone is seated, we will start the forum.
네, 그럼 지금부터
And now we will start the 11th Arctic Policy Forum.
네, 먼저
First, let me introduce myself. I am the MC, Choi Suran, of the Senior Researcher of KMI. I am from the Polar Strategy Research Office. Good afternoon. Let me walk you through today's event. In session 1, we will have the opening ceremony and a roundtable on the topic of Arctic policies of each nation and cooperative measures. In session 2, we have expert presentations, followed by session 3, a wrap-up discussion on the topic New Path of International Relations and the Arctic Cooperation. Let me introduce our honored guests. When I call your name, please rise and greet the audience. And we also have a live stream on YouTube, so I'd like to ask you to look at the camera at the back so that our online participants can see you. First, we have former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries Kim Sung-jin. Welcome. Next, Ambassador Designate of the Kingdom of Norway, Anne Kari Hansen Ovid. Good afternoon, welcome. Next, from the KMI, we have President Kim Jong-duk. And from the MOF, we have Deputy Minister Song Myung-dal of the Marine Policy. From COPRI, we have President Kang Song-ho. And from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have Ambassador for Polar Cooperation Hong Young-ki. And next, from the Swedish Embassy in Seoul, Deputy Head of Mission Johannes Andreasen. And one more honored guest from the Embassy of Canada to the ROK, Councillor Rosalind Katz. In the interest of time, I am unable to introduce every participant. I ask for your kind understanding, and I thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us on site and online. For each session, we will have a moderator who will introduce the panel one by one. And now we will move on to the opening ceremony.
포럼의
Prime President Kim Jong-duk of KMI will deliver his opening speech. Please take the stage, Mr. Kim Jong-duk. Please send him a warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Kim Jong-duk, President of KMI. Nice to meet you all. I would like to thank the Korean and foreign experts joining us online and offline. Arctic delegation in Korea, and all the other guests for participating in the 11th Arctic Policy Forum despite the cold weather. In particular, I would like to thank our special guests, Director Song Myung-dae from Ministry of Fisheries and Ambassador Hong from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and President Kang of COPRI and Ambassador Unvind, and also our chair for today's roundtable discussion, former Minister Kim Sung-jin. We faced a new crisis with the war in Ukraine even before we put the long days of COVID-19 behind us. And the Arctic was no exception to this. The Arctic Council activities were suspended, which is a very important body, and the era of Arctic cooperation, which lasted for 30 years since the Cold War, is also silently on hold. Scientific cooperation in Arctic is also slowing down, and also exploration activities are facing difficulties. Inflation and sluggish trade are dampening the dynamism in Arctic and undermining investment in sustainable development. However, such issues of the Arctic, as suggested by the theme of this Partnership Week, are not just issues of the Arctic, but have turned into global issues. This is why our partnership, ironically, has become most important when our cooperation is being tested with new challenges. As you know, one country's efforts are not enough to solve all the social, economic, and environmental problems that the Arctic faces, so our cooperation needs to go on. 20 years ago, Korea also established the Dasan Station in Svalbard in the strengthening scientific cooperation. And in 2013, we became an observer country in the Arctic Council, which shows that we are well aware of the importance of Arctic and are working continuously for a sustainable Arctic. In yesterday's opening ceremony, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries spoke about how we wish to go into the uncharted territory from the North Pole to the Antarctic and contribute to the future of humanity under the first master plan of promoting polar activities. When we build and operate the next generation icebreaker from 2027, we'll be able to do joint international research with Arctic countries in the high seas of the Central Arctic. Also, to enable more systematic cooperation, we established CONAC. And Korea, going forward, will proactively engage in global cooperation efforts to build a sustainable Arctic. Ladies and gentlemen, this year is the 11th anniversary of the Arctic Policy Forum. The Policy Forum has transcended geographical borders of Arctic countries versus non-Arctic countries and served as a forum for discussion for Arctic cooperation where all of us discuss relevant Arctic agendas. Under this year's theme of New Path of International Relations and Arctic Cooperation, we would like to identify potential areas of hope in spite of the myriads of challenges that the Arctic faces. I look forward to insightful and deep perspectives in the Arctic Roundtable. KMI is a strong advocate for Korea's Arctic policies and Arctic cooperation and has been working to solve global challenges of the Arctic. In particular, to solve the global climate challenge, which affects both the polar areas and small island countries in the Pacific, we are planning a comprehensive partnership program where we host global forums and provide ODA support. Building on such efforts, I am very committed to making this Arctic Policy Forum a place where we can openly address any issues that warrants discussion in order to solve policy, scientific research exchanges, education, and other Arctic-related challenges. Lastly, I would like to wish all of you here and your families health and happiness. Thank you very much.
네, 말씀
Thank you very much, President Kim, for your kind words kicking off this forum. You mentioned the need for cooperation around the world over the Arctic. Next, I would like to invite Deputy Minister of Marine Policy Office of the MOF, Mr. Song Myung-dae. Please welcome the Deputy Minister with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Deputy Minister for Marine Policy Office of the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. I extend my warmest welcome to the participants of the 11th Arctic Policy Forum. I am particularly grateful to the Ambassador-designate Anne Kari Hansen Ovind of the Kingdom of Norway, Councillor Rosalind Katz of the Canadian Embassy in Korea, Deputy Head of Mission Johannes Andreasen of the Swedish Embassy in Korea, Executive Director Anu Fredriksson of the Arctic Frontier, Executive Director Mats Kvist Fredriksson of the Arctic Economic Council, Mr. Kolbein Altersen Prope, CEO of Granafol, former Minister Kim Sung-jin, Ambassador Hong Young-gi for Arctic Cooperation at MOFA, President Kim Jong-duk of the KMI, President Kang Sung-ho of COPRI, Professor Kim Hyun-jung of Yonsei University, and journalist Chung Yeon-gun of Nail News for taking the time to attend this forum. Welcome. Distinguished guests, the year 2022 is a very significant year for polar activities of Korea. We celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Arctic Tasan Station, and in April, we initiated the Next Generation Icebreaker Building Project. In November, our vision to leapfrog from a follower in polar activities to a leader was incorporated into the first master plan for the promotion of polar activities, which granted our polar policies the status of a national strategy. Through our polar activities, Korea is committed to engage in Arctic cooperation for a sustainable tomorrow of the humankind. The Russia-Ukraine war broke out this year, dampening the activities of the Arctic Council, among many other challenges. This, however, is all the more a reason for us to seek various pathways for cooperation. The new path of international relations and Arctic cooperation is the topic of this year's Arctic Policy Forum, which I hope will present an opportunity to look into the future of Arctic governance and put forth ways for solidarity and cooperation. In order to play a responsible role in this cooperation, the ROK intends to utilize the next generation IBRV in exploring the Arctic Ocean up north with many other countries. As Korea is impacted by extremely cold weather, the icebreaker will also analyze changes relevant to the melting Arctic sea ice, thereby responding to climate change. Moreover, Korea will further advance the well-developed, eco-friendly, cutting-edge technologies to contribute to sustainable economic activities in the Arctic. To address many other Arctic issues, Korea will bolster cross-cutting cooperation by engaging the 8 Arctic states in tailored bilateral cooperation projects. I ask for your interest and cooperation. To all distinguished guests attending the forum, I'd like to extend my gratitude once again on behalf of my ministry. To brighten up the future of the Arctic, Korea is about to take on a new polar journey. I invite all key stakeholders of Arctic governance here with us to join us in this journey. I also hope that today's forum will address wide-ranging Arctic issues, find a key to resolve them, and solidify cooperative relations with your in-depth discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Song, for the congratulatory remarks to online and offline participants. Please give another warm round of applause.
He also said that Korea will become a responsible country under the theme of Arctic governance. Next, we will hear from Ambassador Hong of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Hello everyone. I am Ambassador Hong Young-gi from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Honorable former Minister of Oceans and Fisheries Kim Sung-jin, President of KMI Kim Jong-duk, Kang Sung-ho, President of Polar Research, Ambassador Ovind of Norway, and Anu Fredriksson, Executive Director of Arctic Frontier, and other distinguished guests. I would like to congratulate you on the opening of the 11th Arctic Policy Forum in the 2022 Arctic Partnership Week. I was pleased to participate in last year's 10th Arctic Policy Forum, and I'm pleased to do so again this time. Korea first started its Arctic basic research in 1993, which gives us a relatively short history in Arctic science research. However, with the establishment of Tasan Station in 2002 and building of icebreaker Araon in 2009, Korea made astonishing footsteps in Arctic research. In particular, from 2013, we joined as an observer country in the Arctic Council and are participating in various working group projects. Last year, Korea legislated the Act for Promotion of Polar Activities and followed up with a statutory master plan this November called the Master Plan for Promoting Polar Activities and officially adopted this plan. This master plan covers both Antarctic and the Arctic, as well as the full range of polar issues such as economic, international cooperation, and workforce training. This laid down the legal framework for Korea's Arctic policies, and we set out the long-term vision. While Korea is a non-Arctic country, based on our scientific technology capacity and interest in global agendas, we will contribute to preserving the Arctic environment and pursue sustainable development. Our theme for this forum, which is International Relations and Arctic Cooperation, I believe gives us two meaningful messages. First, that climate change challenge facing the Arctic is a global challenge. Climate challenge was not brought on by a single country, nor is it going to go away thanks to the work of a single country. It has a global influence. Shrinking sea ice due to climate change and changes in the ecosystem not only impact the lives of people in the Arctic, but also entail multidimensional changes in research, fishing, shipping, and so on. The threats and opportunities that come with such changes in the environment are a shared challenge that merits a shared response from the international community. Against this backdrop, Arctic cooperation this year faced an unprecedented external challenge triggered by the war in Ukraine. Now that our peaceful cooperation to solve Arctic challenges is threatened, I am also thinking hard about how to resolve this situation. Even setting aside this current international political situation, the Arctic in and of itself is a strategically meaningful place, which is why there is always a possibility of the issue of security surfacing. Militarization, conflicts over rights to resources and energy, and non-conventional security threats due to climate change are just some examples. We need to manage and respond to the situation so that such geopolitical variables do not negatively impact our efforts to solve the shared challenges. I believe this policy forum will be a time where we share and discuss such problem statements. I look forward to roundtable sessions, presentation from experts, and panel discussions through which we hope to understand the Arctic policies from each nation and identify the path forward for Arctic cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador, for your congratulatory remarks. You spoke about various security challenges and also climate challenges that are shared challenges which we need to respond collectively.
성우 극지
Next, I'd like to invite President Kang Sung-ho of COPRI for congratulatory speech. Please come forward and please welcome President Kang with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon. I am Kang Sung-ho, President of Korea Polar Research Institute, COPRI. Despite the resurgence of COVID-19, this 11th Arctic Policy Forum has been made possible by President Kim Jong-duk of the Korea Maritime Institute and all staff members. Thank you for your hard work. Important guests have taken time out of their very busy year-end schedules. Ambassador Hong Young-gi for Arctic Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Minister Song Myung-dal of the MOF, Director Do Jae-ok of the Marine Development Division of the MOF, Norwegian Ambassador Designate Anne Carrie Hansen, Councilor Rosalind Katz of the Canadian Embassy in Korea, and Deputy Head of Mission Johannes Andreasen of the Swedish Embassy in Korea. For the panel discussion, we have former Minister Kim Sung-jin of the MOF as moderator, and Professor Mark Lantene of UIT Norway, Executive Director Mads Fredrickson of the AEC, Executive Director Lisa Mack of the Aluit International Association, Executive Director Anu Fredrickson of the Arctic Frontier, CEO of Granafol, Colbane Propbay, are here today for presentations and discussions. Thank you very much for taking the time to be here. The year 2022 will be recorded as a significant year in Korea's Arctic research. In 2002, in the International Science Station village of Ny-Ålesund, Norway, the Dasan station was opened, and we marked the 20th anniversary this year. In April 2021, as you heard before, Korea enacted the Polar Activities Promotion Act, under which the master plan for the promotion of polar activities was developed this year. KOPRI now has a more solid legal basis to pursue various Arctic science research as a government policy. I'd like to thank everyone for making this happen, and I pay particular tribute to the commitment and endeavor by the MOF. Based on the master plan, for government policies to be implemented smoothly, KOPRI will make sure each detailed task is attained by making best efforts in pushing forward research and projects. In addition, last year, the Next Generation IBRV building project passed a preliminary feasibility study and will be pushed forward in full swing as part of the Polar Activities Promotion Master Plan. Once construction is completed and operations begin in 2027, the vessel will expand Korea's polar research horizon and serve as a hub of cooperation among the industry, academia, research arenas of Korea, and international research, contributing significantly to raise Korea's status in Arctic science. Held for the 11th time this year, the Arctic Policy Forum, in name and in reality, has established itself as a platform for cooperation, communication, and discussion among Arctic state representatives that present a new way forward for Korea's Arctic research and activities. As the head of KOPRI, a leading institution in Korea's Arctic science and research, I will strive to ensure that the Arctic Policy Forum discussions on Arctic activities and cooperation measures are incorporated into Arctic research projects and cooperation. Lastly, as the APW is the largest Arctic event in Korea, and the Arctic Policy Forum is a key event this week, it is an honor to deliver this address. I am committed to engage in communications with all participants and lead the way in opening up a bright future for Arctic scientific research. Once again, I'd like to thank all presenters and panelists, as well as those of you who put together this event behind the scenes. I wish you a successful forum. Thank you. Thank you very much, President Kang. And next we will have a photo session. I'd like to ask everyone sitting in the first front 2 rows to come forward to the stage for a photo session. After we prepare the stage, we will move right on to session 1 without any breaks. So those of you sitting in the first and second rows, please come forward to the stage for the photo session.
네, 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. Please return to your seats.
네, 단상이 정리
As soon as the stage is ready, we will move right on to session 1.
네, 장내 정리가
As soon as the stage is ready, we will start session 1. From the far left, President Kim Jong-duk, that would be your seat, and we have your nameplates on each of the seats. President Kim, Ambassador-designate Ovind, Ambassador Hong, Deputy Head of Mission Anderson, President Kang of Kobri, and Councillor Katz, please come forward and be seated.
자, 그럼 개회식을 마무리하고
Now we will wrap up the opening ceremony and we will move on to the Arctic Roundtable of session 1. As you can see, we have the moderator and 5 panelists. As the global climate change intensifies around the world, impacting our daily lives, as the beginning and end of climate change is in the Arctic, we will discuss Arctic policies and ways to cooperate with Korea. We have 5 panelists for this discussion, and now I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator of this session, President Kim Jong-duk of KMI. Please welcome the moderator and the panel with a big hand.
Hello, everyone. As introduced, I am Kim Jong-duk, President of KMI, who will be chairing this Arctic Roundtable. A while ago, just recently, we talked about various Arctic issues that we face these days, and it's my great honor to have our guests here with us today to talk about Arctic perception and ways of cooperation and various problems and challenges that the Arctic faces. I believe we'll be able to share and listen to very valuable opinions. First, let me introduce our panel members. I think they've been introduced before, but I'll just do it again. First, to my left, we have the incoming new Norway ambassador, Ambassador Ovind. Next, we have Ambassador Hong of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Then we have Deputy Head Andersson at the Embassy of Sweden. And then we have President of Polar Research Institute, Kang Song-ho. And we have the Consular at the Embassy of Canada, Rosalind Katz. So I will start the discussion. First, I will ask each one of you one question related to either Arctic policy or Arctic cooperation. Please keep your answers to under 3 minutes. We would appreciate it if you could share your opinions under 3 minutes. First, my question goes to you, Ambassador Onvent. First of all, congratulations to being confirmed as ambassador to Korea. Norway and Korea have had close cooperation in Arctic issues for a long time, especially in the Arctic, I believe. And I understand that you are very keenly interested in the Arctic and actually did some related work. So I think going forward, our cooperation will become even stronger. So first, could you tell us about the recent Arctic policy that the Norwegian government is pursuing?
Thank you so much for inviting me to this policy Arctic panel. This is the first time I participate at the Arctic Partnership Week, and I'm really very happy to be here. Although this is the first time, Arctic is not new to me. I have been dealing with Arctic issues most of my time in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as director of the High North Division, and also more recently as Norway's ambassador to Canada. I also had the pleasure back in 2015 actually to lead the High North dialogue with Korea, and that's how we met for the first time. Well, the Arctic is Norway's most important strategic area of interest. And why is that? Well, first, it is really an area where 1/3 of Norway's territory lies north of the Arctic Circle, and nearly 10% of Norway's population live there. This is the greatest proportion of population in any other country in the world north of the Arctic Circle. And of course, to Norway, the region contributes significantly to the Norwegian economy. And for us, sustainable economic growth, job creation, education and research, and of course, opportunities for people in the north, it's a priority. So this is my first point. My second point is that Norway's maritime area is 6 times our land area, and 80% of the maritime traffic in the Arctic passes through Norwegian waters. So both as a flag state and a coastal state, Norway has a special responsibility for facilitating safe, sustainable maritime transport and ensuring necessary situational awareness. And Norway is taking this responsibility seriously. We are investing in research and rescue capacity, and we are also investing in presence, in a military and defense presence. And of course, from a security perspective, Russia's war in Ukraine emphasizes the importance of a strong and robust northern Norway, and we are therefore strengthening our presence. This is, of course, nothing new to Norway. This is important to Norway all the time in our Arctic policy, but the recent circumstances have made us put some more emphasis on this aspect. Thirdly, climate change is a growing concern. The Arctic is heating at an alarming pace, up to 3.8 times faster than the rest of the world. And most sources of Arctic climate change, however, comes from elsewhere in the world, and that is also why we all have a responsibility to sustainable development in the Arctic. And the Paris Agreement is really essential for future development in the Arctic, and at COP27 earlier last month, Norway announced that our goal would be at least 55% of reduction of greenhouse gas emission by 2030, and this is in line with the Paris Agreement. So we see the green transition, or someone call it the green shift, as an opportunity for sustainable development in the North, and we invest heavily in it. Norway has scientific expertise and solid tradition for a sustainable management of natural resources. And as has been mentioned earlier, Norway is also assuming the chairship of the Arctic Council next year, which will be an important arena for Arctic engagement over the following 2-year period. And for Norway, it is a priority that we must maintain structure of multilateral cooperation in the Arctic. The cross-border nature of the region challenge will not disappear. So sum up, the UN Development Sustainable Goals and the Paris Agreement are really steering our overall direction of Norway's Arctic policy, and we put emphasis and continue to put emphasis on international cooperation, sustainable development, fighting climate change, have a good presence and awareness in the North, and of course, accelerating green transition. Thank you. 감사합니다.
네, 대사님 대단히 고맙습니다. 여기 노르웨이가 가지고
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for sharing the meaning of Arctic to Norway and its location, and how it influences and how the Norwegian people engage with Norway, and also you touched on the issue of security and science. My next question was about what kind of programs that you would have in the Arctic Council in the next round. So I will ask you this question about the program in the Arctic Council in the next round.
And next to Ambassador Hong. From November 23rd, we had COP1 of the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement in Korea. And I heard that the COP1 was quite successful. Please share with us the achievements of COP1 and a brief introduction as well. Yes, so far, we have always been interested in the Arctic, and we have worked hard to contribute to resolving the common tasks of the humankind. But unfortunately, this year, partly the Arctic Council activities have been put on hold. Despite these challenges, in November, at COPRI, we hosted the COP1 of CAOFA quite successfully. 5 Arctic states and 5 non-Arctic states took part. Going forward for 16 years in the Central Arctic Ocean, science research, and also commercial fisheries, the possibility of conducting commercial fisheries afterwards were the basic frameworks that were discussed. And we also agreed on the procedures for meetings among the parties. Although the 10 participating nations were all very different, we were able to reach an agreement and compromise together because we have a common interest in the Arctic and we are ready to resolve our common challenges. And one more thing is that although Korea is not an Arctic state, so far in the Arctic, we have conducted science research and we have contributed to resolving the common human challenges. And our efforts so far, I think, have been well recognized, and that's why we were able to host COP1. And going forward, other meetings to complement these activities and through other activities, we will be able to build up the framework for CAOFA, and that is the future plan. Thank you. Thank you very much. As an observer state, well, next year marks the 10-year anniversary of Korea's observership at the Arctic Council. This is the very first Arctic agreement that the government signed, and I hope that science-wise and policy-wise, I hope that CAOFA is successfully implemented and actually contributes to the entire world. And to that end, the ROK government should give full support. Thank you.
이 요하네스 안데르
My next question goes to Deputy Head Johannes Andreasen. So Korea built its master plan for promoting polar activities, and I understand that Sweden has established the Arctic Strategy 2020. Could you tell us more about the priorities in this Arctic policy of Sweden? What are the policy objectives or priorities of Sweden?
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me. When I took the train this morning from Seoul to Busan, it was snowing, and there was snow on the fields and the houses as I looked out the window, and I felt it was very fitting for going to an Arctic Partnership Week forum. So thanks a lot for inviting me. In 2020, the Swedish government adopted a strategy for the Arctic region. As one of the 8 Arctic founding members of the Arctic Council, we feel a special responsibility for the development in the region. This strategy runs along 6 priority areas, one being international collaboration within the Arctic, a well-functioning international cooperation in the Arctic is in Sweden's interests and a prerequisite to addressing the cross-border challenges facing the region. We feel that the 8 Arctic countries have a special role to play in maintaining the situation in the Arctic region and addressing challenges. With that said, it's extremely important that we also have a lot of international collaboration addressing these challenges that the region faces. The work needs to be based on a rules-based order and in international law, and I want to especially mention the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which forms the foundation of the maritime law in this region. The second priority area is security and stability. This, of course, has been extremely challenged now due to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, which have contributed to making a more difficult international cooperation, both within the Arctic but also internationally. In spite of this, we will try to do our best to ensure that the Arctic is a region characterized by peace, stability, and constructive cooperation based on respect for international law. And I think for a long time the Arctic was such a region in a way similar to the corporations, the international corporations that was present for outer space. And I worked on those issues before, and I see some similarities, but also similarities in the way that both of those domains have become an area for geopolitical competition. But this is something that we will have to work on. Our third priority in the strategy is climate and the environment. As the Norwegian ambassador just mentioned, the temperatures are rising faster in the Arctic than elsewhere in the world. This is, of course, extremely worrying because it not only affects the region, but has global consequences as well. We will work similar as to Norway and other countries in this panel based on the Paris Agenda to try to limit the warming of the Arctic. And this is another area where we need especially a lot of international cooperation. From the Swedish side, we put a special focus on protecting biodiversity and fragile ecosystems in the region. Fourth, we focus on polar research and environmental monitoring. To understand the effects of climate change, the Arctic region is becoming extremely important. We have a long history of Arctic research, several research stations, and one of these icebreakers, similar as to have in Korea, which we are now constantly using in partnership with other countries to explore further. Fifth, we also focus on sustainable economic development in the region in general, based on the 2030 agenda. And here I want to mention especially we have quite an interesting development in the northern Arctic regions of Sweden in that those regions are driving the green transition in Sweden to a large extent with quite a number of fascinating projects when it comes to business, university, government collaboration, with the involvement also of Korean partners in several respects. Finally, our last priority in the strategy is to ensure good living conditions for the 4 million people living in the Arctic. They have a right to development and good living conditions, and we base this on the Agenda 2030. We put a special interest in the rights of the indigenous peoples. We have one such people, the Sami people in the northern part of Sweden, which are protected by the Swedish constitution. And this is another area on which we put efforts to. That's basically the outline and the 6 priority areas of the 2020 Swedish Arctic strategy. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. So based on what you have said, not only Korea, but the Arctic countries seem to place shared importance on the region, and you seem to have shared important agendas, and I think this area holds much potential for cooperation going forward. Not only the responsible Arctic countries, but observer countries and other countries interested in the Arctic, I hope we can foster stronger cooperation between them. Next, I would like to talk to President Kang Sung-ho.
아까
Yes, as I mentioned before, this year marks the 20th anniversary of the Arctic Tasan Station. And last year, the plan to build a next-generation IBRV was confirmed. In the past 20 years of Korea's Arctic policy, the role of science research has been crucial, needless to say. In this sense, what are Arctic science achievements led by COPRI, and how do you plan to utilize the icebreaker? Thank you very much, President Kim. It was in 1987 when I went to the Antarctica and got a degree on Antarctica afterwards, and that was the beginning of my Arctic research. And then on the Snow Dragon, I went to the Arctic on the Chinese Arctic icebreaker. And before and after Tasan Station was opened, and then before and after Araon was built, really are very different in terms of the history of Arctic research in Korea. In 2002, on April 24th, the Tasan station opened in the Alisund. And with this, we were able to really take a more leading role in conducting research rather than waiting for assistance by other countries. We focused on marine science, but later moved on to land, permafrost, glacial research, and more. And with international recognition, recently we were able to join the SIAS, Svalbard Integrated Arctic Earth Observing System. And we are ready to share research outcomes and to conduct more closer joint research. And based on Tasan Station's research outcomes, in 2009, the Araon was constructed, and we conducted joint research with Araon with many other countries. And in 2013, at last, we were able to be granted the observer status by the Arctic Council. And beyond the Tasan Station, with US, Canada, Greenland, Sweden, and many other countries in the research villages, we were able to build a research foothold, and we are reinforcing our research in the atmosphere and on land. And to share information with the public and to offer an opportunity for the next generation leaders, we aim to raise a spirit of challenge and to raise our capacity building programs. And in 2004, we have established the 21st Century Tasan Junior Program, where more than 100 secondary school students went to the Tasan Station to have hands-on experience and to dream the future. After the establishment of Tasan Station, the interest in the Arctic in Korea went beyond science and to include diplomacy. At the Arctic Council, we were taking keen interest to discuss sustainable development, about the indigenous people, and climate change of the Arctic. As mentioned before, based on the trust built through our science activities, we were able to gain observer status at the Arctic Council. And to gain the status, we had to make much efforts because in order to become an observer state with Arctic states, we had to use scientific tools to build mutual trust. And since the late 2000s, we took active participation. And in 2007, with the exchanges with Arctic Council Secretariat, we were able to build a basis to gain observer status. And at SAO, with the MOFA, we presented our achievements in the Arctic research and our plans to make further contributions, and we were able to gain an ad hoc observer status. And at the working group meetings, we were very proactive. And finally, in May 2013, along with Japan and China, we were granted the observer status at the Arctic Council. And not only at the working groups, but the Arctic Circle Assembly and Arctic Frontier and other leading Arctic forums, we were represented there, expanding the diplomatic horizon of Korea. And as Ambassador Hong has mentioned before, at the COPRI, we held the COP1 KAOFA last month with the participation of 10 countries. COPRI hosted COP1 with 10 countries, and along with Dr. Shin Hyung-chul of COPRI, we were able to participate in COP1, which was held successfully. With the bigger beginning in 2002 by establishing Dasan Station, I think that we so far has made great achievements and contributions. And based on these achievements, since 2015, COPRI has been running the Secretariat of COARC, which brings together 40 Korean institutions in science, industry, and policy areas onto a convergent research platform. COPRI thus leads Korea's convergent research in the Arctic. The MOF recently announced the master plan for the promotion of polar activities, and the industry part of this plan includes many COPRI tasks. Korea also started the next generation IBRV building project. When this new vessel starts operations in 2027, Korea will have 2 IBRVs. With this research infrastructure, the new vessel will focus on the Arctic and Araon will focus on the Antarctic. And with this infrastructure, our Arctic scientific survey will be reinforced. And we will contribute to the CAO scientific survey as well as various scientific issues. So that was our achievement so far. Thank you, President Kang. The 8 Arctic states each use different languages, but I believe that science is the most important language of all. Because it is through science we can communicate, resolve issues, and predict the future. And in this role, I hope that COPRI can take a more leadership role. Thank you.
첫 번째 라운드의 마지막
Now the last question of this first round goes to Councillor Rosalind Katz of the Canadian Embassy. I understand that Canada has a lot of land territory in the Arctic region out of the other Arctic countries, and there are a lot of indigenous people living there. And also it is close to the northwestern route. So I understand that you have a lot of interests and importance in this field. So that's why I think the Canadian government must also place a lot of importance on this area as well. It would be great if you could share your government's priorities on the Arctic.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. 안녕하세요. It is a great pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be at this panel with the President of KMI, President of COPRI, Ambassador Hong, distinguished Norwegian and Swedish colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you very much to all of you here in the room and online for your interest in our Arctic policy. I think events such as this one contribute greatly to the dialogue and cooperation between our countries, and so I welcome very much this opportunity. And thank you very much to the interpreters, without whom you would not understand what I'm saying, what is some of you would not understand. So thanks very much. Thank you very much for your question. It is very timely. We are indeed Canada. We are a vast and diverse country, as all of you would know, and the Arctic represents 40% of our landmass, making us the second largest Arctic state by area and accounting for 25% of the global Arctic. The region has a dispersed population of over 100,000 people, 50% of whom are indigenous. And I thank you very much that in your question you asked about our indigenous people, because Canada's north and our northern and indigenous populations are a core part of our country and are a core part of our identity. They are our north, our Arctic, our northern people are very much at the heart of how we see ourselves as Canadians at home and abroad. The Arctic matters very much to our prosperity, to our security, to our values, and to our interests. It is also a region where climate change is occurring 4 times faster than in the rest of Canada. Therefore, the Arctic is hugely important. Our interest in the Arctic policy is of course driven by the impacts of climate change in the region, which leads to potential new economic opportunities as a consequence of declining sea ice and technological development. But this also leads to considerable attention and activity among Arctic and non-Arctic states, both in terms of the development of new or updated national Arctic strategies and concerted multilateral, bilateral engagement. And as has been mentioned by other speakers before, we very much support a rules-based approach to the region based on multilateral dialogue and cooperation. As a global Arctic leader, Canada is seeking to strengthen international cooperation to address the most pressing challenges facing the region. And as has been mentioned earlier, the illegal and unprovoked Russian aggression, Russian invasion in Ukraine, and the consequences are reminding us about the importance of following the rules-based international order everywhere, including in the Arctic. In 2009, our government released our new Arctic and Northern Policy Framework, which is at the same time our domestic and international policy for our North. This policy will be in place until 2030 and will lead our federal government engagement in the Arctic. It has been developed to ensure that our priorities in the North are aligned with current social, geopolitical, economic, and climate issues. One very important principle for us in the development and in the implementation of our policy is the principle of co-development and co-implementation with our territorial, provincial, and most importantly with our indigenous partners. We wanted to make sure that our Arctic framework reflects the perspectives and priorities of our northern populations, and especially the indigenous inhabitants of our Arctic region. At the heart of the framework, as well as at the heart of our engagement with the Arctic Council, is our commitment to advance indigenous reconciliation. Reconciliation supports self-determination and nurtures mutually respectful relationships between indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. The policy has several priorities. I will just name them very briefly. First, support and develop a strong, sustainable, diversified and inclusive local and regional economy. Secondly, ensure that the Canadian Arctic and Northern Indigenous people are resilient and healthy. Thirdly, ensure that the Canadian Arctic and the North and its people are safe, secure, and well defended. Fourthly, to strengthen the infrastructure that will close the gaps with other regions of Canada. 5, once again, the rules-based international order in the Arctic needs to respond effectively to new challenges and opportunities. 6, knowledge and understanding guides decision-making. Once again, the importance of science, which has been discussed earlier. And 7, that the Canadian Arctic and Northern ecosystems are healthy and resilient. The government has invested obviously very significant budget to support this policy and this framework. And I would highlight that very recently, in fact 1 week ago, our government released our new Indo-Pacific strategy. The Indo-Pacific strategy, of course, focuses on the Indo-Pacific, but also highlights the importance of the North Pacific region. This region, in which Canada connects and is a partner with South Korea, is key to our approach to the Arctic. The North Pacific, connected with the Arctic, relate to our priorities on climate change, on maritime security, on a good stewardship of our environmental resources, and on science. And this is where I think it opens the door for further collaboration with South Korea. I think we can maybe discuss our partnership at a later stage, but I would just very rapidly say that Canada welcome greatly the contribution of South Korea to the Arctic Council as an observer state since 2013. Canada and Korea think very much alike when we think about the Arctic, and both our countries seek to address the most significant challenges through cooperation, including in climate change response, environmental conservation and management, as well as sustainable development. And as your question reflected, we very much appreciate Korea's objective to strengthen not only your research capacity, but also your engagement with the Arctic indigenous peoples. I will stop here for now, but I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you. The 8 Arctic countries, all of them have either sea territory or land territory in the Arctic area. This means that you have a lot of consideration for the indigenous people. And I've personally felt that Canada is very much interested in the lives of indigenous people, and your answer reaffirmed that, the Canadian government's commitment to the indigenous people. Thank you for sharing your perspective on this. And thank you for your invitation on further collaboration between Canada and Korea. Building on our current efforts, if there is a more opportunity, I would also love to discuss more room for cooperation. This wraps up our first roundtable. And if time allows, we will have another round soon. And we will also take questions from the floor. If you have a question from the floor audience, please write down your question on a piece of paper and pass it on to our staff so that I can read out the question aloud for you. Now I would like to talk about cooperation now that we have talked about the policies of each nation. I would like to understand in which areas you would like to strengthen your cooperation on. First, I will ask Johannes, Ambassador Johannes. Now.
And I think it was in Kiruna that Korea received the observership status from the Arctic Council. Previously, the Arctic Council did not grant any additional observer status, and including Korea and Japan, 5 Asian countries were additional observer countries that received the new status back then. So between observer states and the non-Arctic states, do you have any plans to pursue science cooperation, including Korea? And what are those plans, and what are prominent areas where we can cooperate?
Thank you for the question. Certainly, there are a number of areas, both in science research and related areas, I would say. Let me start with a few things related to kind of more hard science. First of all, it's extremely important, due to the rapid climate change in the region, that we have a fact and science-based approach, and it's very important that we act rapidly in this area as well, and for that we need international collaboration, including with Korea. One part of the number of projects that we have is this icebreaker Odin that has been running for a number of years. Now I know you have one as well, we are looking now for financing from the EU to extend, well, not extend the life, but build a new one. And this is certainly, so, I mean, this icebreaker has been a marine research platform for a number of years with international projects, and that's something that we can continue collaborating on. You mentioned Kiruna, which is a city in the Arctic polar regions of Sweden. Just next to Kiruna is our space center, S-Range, where we conduct a number of research collaboration projects with international partners. We send up sounding rockets, balloons. There are now development plans to be able to send up small satellites. And this has, for a number of years, been an area of international collaboration where I think also Korea, which has a prominent space program, could be interested in collaborating. I also want to mention another project which is a little bit in the starting stage, but the Swedish National Research Council is looking for collaboration partners regarding the prospecting of a data connection across the pole. Basically a data cable from the northern part of Europe to Northeast Asia, which would significantly reduce, will be shorter distance and therefore increase speeds as well for data connection between these two regions. That's on the more the research side, but also with commercial applications. I also would like to mention the green transition which is taking place in the northern part of Sweden. As mentioned earlier, partly because of we have a number of strong universities in the northern part of Sweden which have collaborated with government and businesses. That coupled with the specific conditions of the northern part of Sweden has made it possible for a number of new industries to grow. One of them is the HYBRIT project, in which a number of Swedish companies has joined hands to create green steel based on hydrogen, with hydrogen. They sold their first green steel this summer to Volvo, the car maker. And I know in October, this HYBRIT project organized a forum on green steelmaking together with POSCO from Korea. So there is already some collaboration in this area. Another project I would like to mention is the Swedish company Northvolt, which is in the northern part of Sweden, building a gigafactory for electric vehicle batteries. Very fascinating and big project. And I know already a number of Korean companies have established and are suppliers to this project. And this is the market for, as you know, the market for batteries will only grow. And I see additional opportunities for this as well. These projects altogether has created this kind of fascinating vibe in the northern part of Sweden, which was for many years an area which young people wanted to move away from to the big cities. They wanted to go to Stockholm, Gothenburg. But now it has become a booming area, and it's very heartening to see that an area which for a long time had kind of received subsidies from the central government, now they are contributing to create new industries and new livelihoods. And this is an area, please come join us.
Thank you very much. That was a number of different areas that you mentioned. I think that we can, there's great potential to tap into for cooperation, not only with Korea, but other nations as well. And also even more impressive was the regional development, regional balanced development. I think that the Arctic is now at a new turning point in terms of pursuing balanced regional development, and that has a whole new implication for Korea. And for companies, I hope that in the Arctic Circle, for sustainable business development, we can pursue more cooperation. And I believe that this is fully possible. Thank you for your remarks.
두 번째
My second question goes to President Kang Sung-ho. Now, we established the master plan this year, and scientific cooperation is emphasized in this plan. So could you share specific projects under this area of cooperation? Sure, before I share a couple of details related to the master plan, first let me share my perspective on the current situation. I've been involved in polar research for a long time, and never has political involvement been this strong in science. It used to be a purely scientific area, but during the recent years, politics became involved a lot. And as a scientist, I feel sometimes that this was very unfortunate. And under these uncertain political circumstances, we also have to think about how on the science field we will continue cooperation with the countries. First, even against a sensitive backdrop, as a non-Arctic country, Korea, we can still continue cooperation on climate challenges and other scientific challenges such as shrinking sea ice and climate anomalies, and how melting glaciers can lead to rising sea levels, and how destruction of permafrost can lead to microplastic and also marine waste, and underwater noise that increases with sea traffic. Furthermore, related to the unregulated fishing agreement, there are other maritime legal issues that we also have to address. And in establishing the framework with the Arctic countries to solve these challenges, we are committed to participating in this. And based on observance data, we would like to have an information-driven approach and also expand our cooperation there. Our government has made extensive efforts to this end so far, but I believe multilateral science-based cooperation is needed more. The Arctic problems have close relations with Korea as well. Now, because of this reason, we need to strengthen our cooperation with Arctic countries. So in these urgent times, for sustainable Arctic cooperation, we need to make efforts to ensure the value of Arctic countries, and also enforce and establish multilateral cooperation. I think science should be a tool for diplomacy, effective diplomacy, and based on eco-friendly policies, our science cooperation should take place. As noted before, the indigenous people of Arctic and the private sector and the government sector should join hands in driving improvement. Recently, many institutions and companies, even in Korea, have showed interest in making inroads toward the Arctic, but they do not have any data or information to guide them. So from our institute, I believe that we should share a lot of data and information to help these kind of potential stakeholders. And I think that's one of the background behind establishing the master plan. Now, in 2027, when we'll have the second icebreaker, for our own, there was no ship time for 1 month, so we weren't able to do a lot of research on our own. But in 2027, we'll have our second ship. So once that happens, we can remain in the Arctic areas for 8 months of a year, from spring to autumn. And during this time where we spend our days in the Arctic area, we'll be able to observe the Arctic, and people from various fields such as economy or culture will be able to go on board the icebreaker and do international research and cooperation with other researchers from other countries, and this will present a lot of opportunities. So that's why our research institute supports the government's master plan, and a key part of that is the next generation icebreaker. Mosaic, Arctic Paction are some of the international projects that we will partake in earnest going forward. In the past, our participation was somewhat limited, but going forward, we'll take a proactive role and really create opportunities for research. So we will utilize our second ship and also utilize our research base so that we can implement higher latitude researches. There are many climate changes that are happening, And we want to go into higher latitude areas to observe these changes and do research there. Expanding and improving our observance capacity is key, but we don't have that much data to predict the future accurately right now. So we will put a lot of efforts in building that data in the Arctic so that we can also solve various climate and environmental related challenges. And not only from the Arctic, but we will expand our efforts to space, such as via small satellites, so that we can have a perspective from there as well, and also Greenland. Going forward, through the scientific cooperation projects laid out in the master plan, we will expand the scope and border of our scientific cooperation and partake more in international efforts as well, so that Korea becomes and gains the reputation as a reliable and action-oriented partner. Thank you. Thank you, President Kang. The Polar Research Institute, once we have our second icebreaker, will also have a stronger infrastructure. And once that happens, I think COPRI will also be equipped with more capacity to carry out your research. So far, international cooperation has had struggles due to several reasons. Long term, dampened cooperation will undermine the sustainable growth and development of the Arctic. So I think we have a lot of gap of cooperation to catch up on, because we weren't able to do so actively for the past recent years.
And next, back to Mr. Katz. Next year marks the 60th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Korea and Canada. 60 years is a very important time in Asian culture. I hope for more closer and constructive cooperation, in particular in the Arctic, between our two countries. So, do you have any thoughts on this?
Thank you very much for your excellent question. Thank you for this reference to our 60th anniversary next year. A very important year as well, indeed. In fact, I would say that there could not be better times for our bilateral collaboration. Not only we have our anniversary next year, we also have, as I mentioned, we just launched our new Indo-Pacific strategy, which highlights so many opportunities for collaboration, whether it is on trade, investment, economic security, maritime relations, environment, climate change, fisheries. But also, we, as you may know, President Yoon visited Ottawa in September and met with our Prime Minister. Both leaders upgraded our bilateral relationship to a higher level and identified a couple of key, very concrete priorities. Once again, including collaboration on environment, climate change, trade, economic prosperity and security. So we have this alignment of high-level political direction and the 60th anniversary to help us to move forward. As I mentioned earlier, both Canada and South Korea, we are maritime nations. We are bordering on the North Pacific Ocean. We have significant interests in the Arctic, and so therefore we definitely see South Korea as a complementary and very much aligned partner to work together on innovation and joint projects. We are democracies, we share similar values and interests, and so the foundations for collaboration is extremely strong. We also have a very strong existing framework for partnership, many different MOUs, many of them with COPRI, on collaboration on fisheries and oceans, collaboration in the field of earth science. We have a collaboration on icebreaker since 2012. So we have several different existing MOUs with COPRI and with other partners, long-standing collaboration with KMI on which we would like to build. So to answer very briefly to your question, definitely we would welcome very much a stronger collaboration on Arctic issues next year. We already had some preliminary discussions with Ambassador Hong, and we do hope to have some meetings early next year to pursue this further. A couple of concrete examples Very briefly, we do want to work together with the Republic of Korea on addressing the impacts of climate change, to reduce emissions of black carbon and methane, to address marine litter and microplastics. We do want to collaborate further in Arctic science, technology, and innovation, both bilaterally and multilaterally, to create the best new knowledge and to inform evidence-based decision-making. We are very much interested by joint science activities, whether it's on ocean geology research, sea ice observation, permafrost changes. Many examples like this where our partnership can be extremely strong. And thank you again to both KMI and COPRI for your interest in the contribution of our indigenous peoples. I just wanted to reiterate that we do see Canada's indigenous peoples not only as objects, not only as objects of our Arctic policy, but very much as active actors, as subjects of what we do, and we recognize their role and their contribution in our Arctic policy, and we welcome your interest to include the indigenous knowledge as a foundation for further research and partnerships in the Arctic. So many opportunities indeed, reiterating once again that especially with climate change, the Arctic and the North Pacific are very much connected in our view, and so all discussions about maritime routes, impact on environment, plastics in the oceans, fisheries, impact on the livelihoods of both South Korean and Canadian populations is very much at the heart of all of our future projects. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the bilateral and well-established trust-based relations that can be the basis for further and deeper discussions next year, marking the 60th anniversary. And I ask you, Councillor, for your further support so that this may happen. Thank you.
좀 듣는데
My next question goes to Ambassador Hong. And we talked about marine waste a couple of times in this roundtable session. And Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries is also working on maritime waste. And we have one person from our MOF who is dealing with these issues. So I'll give you the mic later on. Please share your efforts on maritime waste. Now to Ambassador Hong, I would like to ask you about Ministry of Foreign Affairs cooperation. Bilateral or multilateral cooperation and building consensus on the Arctic and devising ways to actually implement cooperation, I believe, are key tasks and mandates and work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs perspective, do you have any concrete plans around cooperation for the Arctic? Thank you for this question. What I can tell you is that the Arctic Council is on temporary hold, but Arctic governance is still held up by the Arctic Council, and I think it should be. Arctic Council should continue to play a critical role. And as an observer country, we also support the Arctic Council, and our cooperation and all the work that we do needs to flow through the Arctic Council. So the working group efforts, which have been unfortunately put on hold, I think should be reconvened or restarted on the science area among the scientists. And I think we will need to keep talking with the Arctic countries for the Arctic Council. At the same time, another issue is the opportunity between member countries and observer countries to strengthen cooperation there. As we have the ambassador from Norway and also representation from the Canadian and Sweden embassy, and what we were talking about since the early part of this year was to reconvene and restart the policy cooperation and discussion talks that were suspended due to COVID. And at the same time, green shipping and other satellite data from the Arctic circles and areas are new agendas or fields which could be mutually beneficial, and we wanted to develop these topics, and we have reached a tacit agreement on to do so. And with Iceland on the Arctic Circle, with Norway and Denmark, through some initial engagement, we will flesh out the concrete methods for such engagements and cooperation. And as noted, there are a lot of cooperation areas that we want and also the Arctic countries want, and fortunately they are aligned, responding to climate challenges, green shipping, and also maritime waste, responding to that. And another topic that was raised was biodegradable fishing equipment. So I think in these areas, we do have the cooperation capacity, and by bolstering our bilateral talks, we will be able to be much more effective. We should not be disheartened because the Arctic should remain as a zone of peace, and even the non-Arctic countries need to contribute so that peace is maintained there. What is fortunate is that this October, in the Arctic Circle, there were two important agendas in addition to cooperation, which is View from Asia first. Korea, China, Japan, and India, for these observer countries, they gave a separate podium so that the Asian countries can talk about their policies. This means that all countries which are stakeholders to the Arctic, it means that the Arctic countries are sending a good signal that they recognize the importance of these other countries as well. And Korea, Japan, and China, and India also expressed their commitment to do better and to do more research in Arctic. Another positive signal that I learned was, now it is true that security issue was emphasized in the U.S. announcement, but like CALFA, multilateral cooperation was emphasized as well. All Arctic countries are very much aligned on this point, so peaceful cooperation on the Arctic will continue, as will our cooperation. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. As I noted, ironically, at a stage or in the era where cooperation is dampened, we are now more thirsty for cooperation and realize the importance of cooperation more. So because we feel so much aligned on this, I think conversation will reconvene very soon. And while things are slow at the moment, when the Arctic Council reconvenes, I hope that the observer countries and the Arctic countries can propose a shared agenda, and we can utilize this time to prepare for that. So I think we can use this time to make it a good opportunity for the future. Thank you, Mr. Hong, for sharing your views on the necessity of various forms of cooperation.
And next, back to Norway, Ambassador Ovind gets the last question for the round 2 before I give the mic to Deputy Minister Song. So as I mentioned before, Norway takes on the Arctic Council chairmanship next year, and next year also marks the 10th anniversary of having gained the observer state to the Arctic Council, including Korea and many other Asian states. So going forward, in the next decade, no one knows how the Arctic Council will change, but as the next chair of the Arctic Council, what are your overarching direction or goal?
Thank you. Norway continues to prepare for the chairship taking place 2023 to 2025, and it is our goal to make sure that the working groups and other projects can resume as we take over. That is our goal. As has been mentioned, it was not possible to continue normal work under the Russian chairmanship, and now we see that, of course, our common challenges, they do not disappear. So let me just highlight one particular area that we have touched upon, but which is very important in collaboration with observer states, is of course within the climate change issue. To really coordinate our efforts on climate change, that is, a very, very important objective to reduce emissions, and of course to continue the collaboration on research. We have been encouraged by the fact that the Arctic Council projects that are not involving Russia have been able to resume. And moving forward in our preparation, of course, our priority will be to continue the important work of the Arctic Council that has been so successfully in bringing to the table new research, new knowledge, and also in the field of sustainable resource management, and to help improve the well-being of the people living in the Arctic. I must say that we see Korea as a very enthusiastic and constructive partner and contributor to the work of the Arctic Council, and we really appreciate your broad collaboration, and in particular in polar science and other issues. And as has been mentioned by Ambassador Hong already, Korea hosted the conference of the parties to the agreement to prevent fishing in the high seas in Central Arctic Ocean. We think that that is really an example how Korea is engaging, to prevail the Arctic as a regulated and peaceful region. Scientific research, we have touched upon a number of delegates here, and that is really will continue to be core in the work of the Arctic Council. And let me also thank President Kang for laying out the master plan of Korea. I think it demonstrates very clearly how Korea is contributing with Arctic expertise and polar expertise, and has a lot to bring to the table. I would just like to also highlight a project. It was mentioned here how we have to work together to combat plastic pollution. The plastic that we see in Arctic waters and near the Norwegian coast stems from, all over the world, being transported by air and by ocean currents. And I'm very pleased that the Norwegian Center for the Ocean and the Arctic are cooperating with KMI on that particular topic to combat plastic pollution in the Arctic Ocean. And on our bilateral agenda, if I might add, I'm very pleased that Korea, Norway, and our institutions have a number of agreements to collaborate together. It really is a very solid foundation. And South Korea was recently made a top priority within the Norwegian Research Council strategy. It's called Panorama Strategy, and that makes South Korea one of 9 top priority countries that we will continue to enhance collaboration on. And of course, it doesn't come as a surprise to anyone that Arctic research, alongside, of course, green shipping and renewable energy, are among the top priority themes that we would like to see more collaboration together with South Korea. We continue to have a very constructive conversation through also our High North and Arctic dialogues bilaterally. I'm looking very much forward to continue, Ambassador Hong, that conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. As the next chair, you gave us a general direction and also the many cooperation with Korea, which can be the basis for a closer cooperation going forward. Regarding science research, you reiterated the importance of cooperation. And the Arctic states did enter into a science agreement. The scope of science, I do not believe, is confined to the Arctic states only. And so Korea will use a number of different science tools to work with the Arctic state and the entire world based on the Arctic science. So before we close, I know that this was not planned ahead. My apologies, but Deputy Minister Song Myung-dal from the MOF, please give your comment on the marine litter policy of the Korea government. Thank you very much. I am Deputy Minister Song from the MOF. I wasn't expecting this. So you caught me off guard, but let me just briefly mention marine litter. Marine litter, in particular microplastics, are a key challenge around the world. For instance, in Korea, most closest at heart is because of the waste rope from fishing vessels, which lead to fishing vessel accidents. About 310 such accidents happen in Korea, which is about 10% of all accidents. And there's also the ghost fishing gear issue. The annual fish catch, 10% of annual fish catch is lost because of ghost fishing gear, which amounts to 380 billion per year. 380 billion won. And of course, this disrupts and destroys a sound marine ecosystem, killing animals and plants. And so globally, marine plastic in 1 year, amounts to 10 million tons. So 10 million tons of plastics flow into the ocean in 1 year. And in Korea, there's more than 100,000 tons of plastics produced and flow into the ocean in Korea. When there's flooding, this can go up to 140,000 tons. So as of 2018 and 2020, on average, we think that about 100 to 120,000 tons of marine litter is produced, and excluding vegetation, out of the rest of the marine litter, 80% is plastics. So all these marine plastics flow into the ocean. About 67,000 tons of such marine plastic is produced from Korea. And as of 2018, out of the 67,000 tons, 61,000 tons were recovered. So that's about 7,000 tons that were not retrieved and are accumulated into the ocean. So in 2016, we set up a comprehensive countermeasure on marine plastic. So what is key is that to retrieve more plastic and reduce the output of plastic waste, and to reinforce recycling so that we may reduce the total amount of marine plastic litter. So to reduce the amount of output, we need to identify the source of marine plastics. About 40% of marine plastics come from land through the streams. And China is a major source of marine plastic. And of course, all those plastic flows through the ocean from rivers. So the Ministry of Environment is placing blockers, but there is a limit to what they can do. So before a flooding area, we need to make sure that countermeasures are installed, and we need to stop using disposables. And 90% of what's the waste generated on sea are from buoys, which is a key challenge in Korea, and we are distributing eco-friendly buoys in Korea. So by 2025, 100% of eco-friendly buoys will be distributed, and so this will reduce buoy-generated marine plastic 100%. And as for the waste fishing gear, we buy back these waste fishing gear and provide subsidies. So by 2025, we will have this new policy in place, which can address waste buoys and waste fishing gear. So the amount of marine litter starting in 2025 will be reduced significantly in Korea. But of course, the amount of that is recollected. Local governments in Korea receive central government subsidies to build retrieval ships. And these ships will be used to collect more marine litter. And as a public campaign, we also have Adopt the Beach campaign for individuals and companies and corporations to work on a certain beach, to take care of those beaches and to clean up the beaches. So with this public campaign, we can also reduce the amount of marine plastic that's generated. We can collect them back, and we can have the public volunteer to recollect those plastics and to recycle those plastics. The Ministry of Environment and we are working together for the Gwangyang Bay and Gwangyang Port. The used PET bottles are collected for recycling. So each port will have different plans that will be further facilitated. And what's most important is the issue of governance. Regarding marine litter, the management of marine litter and relevant legislation back in 2019 was enacted and has taken effect in 2020. And the Ministry of MOF chairs the Marine Litter Management Committee with the MOTI, MOE, Vice Ministerial level, KMI, and Korea Environment Corporation that work together for the governance. And as this is a matter that receives global attention, we will also pursue international cooperation to make our oceans cleaner and safer. Thank you very much.
예, 제가
Thank you. And I'm apologize for asking you to take on the stage, but I think you really gave us a full report on what's happening. And I asked the Deputy Minister to take the floor because Korea is one of the few countries in the world that has a full legislation to reduce the amount of marine plastics, to recover them, and to recycle them. And Korea is a leader in this front and is really leading to much achievement. The experience of reducing waste and recycling, recovering waste, I think can be fully utilized and adapted in the Arctic. And I hope to get the full framework ready so that we can maybe one day share this with the Arctic Council so that we may together better address the marine plastic issue in the Arctic Ocean. And that is why I asked the Deputy Minister to take the floor. Thank you very much for that detailed comment.
I heard that there was one question from the floor. Any questions?
예, 말씀하세요.
Please go ahead. Hello, everyone. I am Chung Ji-eun from Kopri. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to ask a question. I would like to ask Councillor Ruslan Katz. As we do the work every day on this field, when it comes to the pattern of cooperation between Korea and the Arctic, is one of the interesting points is that, as Ambassador Hong noted, the bilateral Arctic cooperation, we have bilateral relations with 6 of the 8 Arctic countries. I think that is one interesting point about Korea. So in that perspective, Councillor Katz, considering that you have experience in participating in such Arctic consultative meetings and with Ambassador Ovinson and Andreasen, Mr. Andreasen, I believe you didn't have the experience yet in participating in this Arctic consultative meetings. So I would like to ask Councillor Katz if it's possible to share some good points about the consultative meeting based on your experience in participating in them. What would be the good points and strong points about those meetings? I would greatly appreciate it if you could talk based on your experience of participating in these consultative meetings between Korea and the Arctic countries. And I think your answers will be greatly informative to Mr. Andreasen and also Ambassador Ovinson. Thank you.
Much for your question. I doubt that my answer will be highly useful for my distinguished colleagues, especially the Norwegian ambassador, my Swedish colleagues who have lots of experience. But thank you very much for your question. In fact, your question is very timely. As I have mentioned, we are now in a very dynamic period in our bilateral relations with the recently launched Indo-Pacific strategy, just launched 1 week ago. The Republic of Korea features explicitly as a priority country under our Indo-Pacific strategy. And I have also referred to the visit of President Yoon to Ottawa in September, where President Yoon and Prime Minister Trudeau announced and issued a joint statement about shared priorities between Canada and Korea. And so all this to say that we are now very much in a process of discussing with our Korean colleagues at MOFA in the other ministries about what kind of mechanisms we can put together to consult and to put together an action plan of joint priorities, joint interests, joint initiatives to implement the vision that we have received from our political leadership. The Arctic features very much as a key priority, both in our Indo-Pacific strategy and in our new joint comprehensive partnership. And we are looking forward now to continue on some preliminary discussions we already had with Ambassador Hong and with MOFA to resume conversations between our capitals on Arctic issues next year. As has been mentioned by the KMI president earlier, our countries share, we have lots of trust in each other, we share common values, we share common commitment to rule of law, to multilateralism, to climate change protection, to the well-being of our populations. And so I think that so this makes the consultation between our countries very easy, because we do start from a very strong foundation. So now it is just a question of bringing together around the table partners, COPRI, KMI, indigenous people, our research councils, and identify in a very concrete, very pragmatic way, concrete areas of collaboration on which we can work. It was very useful to hear from the Deputy Minister speak about marine litter and microplastics, a huge priority for us as well. So all this to say that now that we have a very strong general framework which has been established by our political leadership, now we are working as we speak between capitals, with our scientific communities, with our stakeholders, with our business communities, with our experts, to really come together now with non-papers and with proposals that we can consult each other. Our goal for 2023, it's the year of the 60th anniversary, as has been mentioned earlier. We do expect lots of high-level visits, ministerial visits. We hope for our Prime Minister to come here. We hope for our Governor General to come here as well. She's herself from the Canadian Indigenous peoples. And so those visits also help us. We do need deliverables. And so for next year, we do plan to work very hard to come up with very, very concrete ideas that will help both our countries to advance our foreign policy, climate change, and economic and trade priorities. So looking forward to continue working with COPRI, especially on this file. Thanks very much for your question.
네, 지금 시간이 저희가
We are well over time for this roundtable session, but it was such a good time to share to listen to the various policies. We will wrap up the session here. And I would like to thank the embassies in Korea for participating in this event and sharing detailed explanation. Please send them a round of applause. Next, Ambassador Hong and President Kang. And also our distinguished floor guest, Deputy Director Mr. Song Young-dal. I would also like to thank the Korean panelists for their participation. We will close the session here. Thank you very much.
여러분 모두
Thank you very much. That's the end of opening ceremony and session 1 of the Arctic Policy Forum. And after a short 5-minute break, we will resume with session 2 at 3:30. And as for the shuttle bus to the Busan station, at 3:50 and then at 5:30, we have a shuttle bus to the bus station, the Busan station. If you go to second floor, gate 3, a black Solati is waiting for you. So those of you headed to the Busan station, we have one at 3:50 and another at 5:30. So at 3:30, we will start the session 2.
아빠는 어디 있어 너 이게? 이거 바꾸면 안 해놨어. 모르는 것 같은데. 테스팅. 중계 감독님. 테스팅. 6번. 예. 중계 감독님 여기 저기 뒤에 화면 옆으로 맞는지 한번 맞춰주세요. 뒤에 공간이 안 나오는지 봐주세요. 어디로 됐어요? 오케이 됐나?
네, 착석을 모두 해주.
Please be seated. We will begin session 2 and we'll continue with the forum. Please take your seats.
그러면 매직 프레데릭스 얼마요? 매직 프레데릭스가 이제 첫 번째 온라인, 두 번째, 세 번째 오프라인.
네네 맞아요. 두 분 다 자리에 앉아 있는 거 확인됐다. 아, 인서가 지금 어디에 앉아 계시지? 두 분? 한정표 보자. 요 두 분? 중앙에 저렇게 두 분이시네요. 두 번째 중.
네, 그러면 계속해서 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
We will now continue with our sessions. Welcome all of you to this policy forum. Now we will start the expert presentations. There will be 3 experts presenting today. I understand on the pamphlet it says we have 4 experts, but our last presenter, Executive Director Lisa Mazames, was unable to attend due to personal circumstances, so we will hold the session with 3 experts. Today's forum is streamed live over YouTube, so please stay tuned on online as well. We have our first presenter with us online. Let me make the introduction. Our first presenter is Professor Mark Lanthe from Arctic University in Norway, and he has a very deep relations with Korea. He also gave a lecture recently at KMI, and he is also teaching international relations and political science in Norway University. Professor, please start whenever you are ready. The presentation time will be around 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you all, and thank you to the Arctic Partnership Week. It's fantastic to be back. So normally I am teaching in Tromsø, but I'm currently giving my presentation in Ottawa. It's a little bit early here, but I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to talk about Arctic governance. Next. Just to give a very brief overview of where I am currently teaching. It's a very fascinating place to be teaching the Arctic. Tromsø, as you can see in this map, is very much north of the Arctic Circle. And just right now, the city is starting to experience the polar night, which means it's going to be a little bit dark in the city until about February or so. But it's a very fascinating place to look at the Arctic. You can see on the map, it is not only north of the Arctic Circle, but also very close to other Arctic states, including Sweden, Finland, and Russia, which makes for a very interesting dynamic. Next. Now, I want to open talking about some myths that have sort of circulated around Arctic governance for the past few years. Trying to look at the Arctic in regards to governance and international law is very interesting, but sometimes you do have to deal with very particular myths. First and foremost being that the Arctic region is an empty space, not only in terms of geography, but also in terms of law and government. That the Arctic is isolated from global discourse. That security is not really an issue in the Arctic, at least not since the Cold War. That when we talk about security, we're talking about essentially a blank space there. There's also been the view that once you get that far north, the region becomes politically undefined and almost a Wild West, that if you discover something, you can claim it. And even though none of these myths are correct, in various ways, they do tend to keep persisting. Okay, next. Now, the Arctic is very much subject to international law. And also, there are quite a few organizations that are very key if you're interested in looking at the area of Arctic governance. Now, unlike Antarctica, and before coming to Norway, I was based in New Zealand looking at the Antarctic Treaty System. There is no equivalent in the Arctic, but that is not to say that the Arctic is outside of laws and governance. For example, the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, it's been in place since 1994, and it also governs the Arctic Ocean. The Arctic is an ocean, so therefore it is certainly subject to international maritime law. That means that if you are an Arctic state that has a coastline like Norway on the Arctic Ocean, you are granted an exclusive economic zone of 200 nautical miles, about 370 kilometers, and territorial waters of 22 kilometers. Any ships going through have the right of innocent passage, very similar to any other maritime territory throughout the world. But what is changing in the Arctic is that if you wanted to send a ship through the central Arctic, it had better be a very powerful ship. It had better be a vessel that is capable of breaking a lot of ice and being able to operate under very difficult conditions. This is changing. The erosion of the Arctic ice cap is starting to accelerate. It's been suggested now that by the time we get to 2035 or so, it will be possible to send a ship through the central Arctic in the summer months. This raises a great deal of not only environmental, but also legal and security issues all at the same time. The central Arctic has very often been referred to as the donut hole. And as the next slide will show, you can see why. Sorry, next please. Yeah, great. So you see the EEZs of the Arctic littoral states, so Canada, Greenland, Norway, Russia, and the United States. But there is an area of the Central Arctic, as you can see, that is outside of EEZs. This area might be a space of some competition in the near future as this region goes from being completely covered with ice to potentially navigable, at least via some months during the year. Thank you. Next. Now, when the Central Arctic Ocean began to open, this led to a lot of discussion amongst the Arctic states over, well, where are the borders now within the Central Arctic? And before, this was primarily not an issue because of the fact that the region was inaccessible. But we started to see various disputes that began to appear between the Arctic states. Some have been resolved very well. Others have yet to be resolved and could be a problem in the future. One which was resolved more than 10 years ago, you can see by the map on the left, is the maritime border of the Barents Sea. And this was a long-standing dispute between Norway and Russia, but it was resolved with both sides being satisfied in 2010. Now, if you look at the map to the right, the Lomonosov Ridge is a much more thorny dispute, which is starting to become much more prevalent because of the Central Arctic's opening. The Lomonosov Ridge is the dark gray splotch in the middle of the map. You can see that it extends from the north of Greenland all the way up to very close to Russian waters, and it goes right through the North Pole. This region is disputed by Russia, by Canada, and by Denmark via Greenland. Each of these three countries argue that the Lomonosov Ridge is an extension of their continental shelf. Each country has put forward their own claim to United Nations authorities, saying that this particular ridge is part of their continental shelf and their maritime territory. This is going to be very complicated. So far, this has been primarily a diplomatic issue, one which has been put to negotiation. But with the very difficult relations between Russia and the West, this could become much more problematic in the near future. Next. Another dispute which was resolved very recently, and it was very interesting following this particular kind of set of negotiations, is Hans Island, and you can see it to the right. It is not very big. It does not have a great deal of features, but you can see by the map on the left that it was located right on the maritime border between Greenland and Canada. And this was under dispute for a very long time, but again, it was done primarily through diplomacy. And an agreement was finally reached earlier this year. And an actual border is going to appear on this very tiny island. And it's going to be very interesting to see what that looks like. Next. Now, another major treaty which is important here, recently had its 100th anniversary, is the Svalbard or the Spitsbergen Treaty. Now, very long story short, this recognizes Norwegian sovereignty over this island group, but it allows for economic and scientific activity, it allows for tourism, and if you are a signatory to the treaty, you are given certain rights to economic activity. Many countries, including Korea, maintain stations at Ny-Ålesund to look at various aspects of local climate, local biology. But it is very important here, military activity on the islands are forbidden. There are many signatories to the treaty, but more recently, again, because of the difficult diplomatic relationship between the West and Russia, the specifics of the treaty have on occasion been challenged. There have also been some friction between Norway and China over the specifics of the treaty. So this too could be a bit of a difficult diplomatic situation because of the diplomatic aftershock of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Next. Now, I mentioned the erosion of the Arctic ice cap. This has meant that various maritime routes, which would have been extremely difficult to make use of even about a decade ago, are now starting to become much more usable. One is the Northwest Passage, located in Canada's Arctic archipelago, and it's considered by the Canadian government to be internal waters. The US has on occasion challenged this claim. There have been cases where the United States has sent ships through, and this still remains a point of contention between Canada and the United States. There was an agreement in 1988 between the two countries. Both sides essentially agreed to disagree. There was a little bit of a blip in that particular agreement, though. The Trump government, the US government under Donald Trump, had referred to the Canadian claim as illegitimate and had promised to engage in freedom of navigation operations. This never took place. The current US position continues to be somewhat ambiguous, and this is an area which is still very difficult between the two countries. Thank you. Next. Now, the various routes that have started to open up in the Arctic because of the erosion of the Central Arctic ice cap, the ones which I am most interested in, if you look to the right of the map, especially the pink and the red lines, this is the Northern Sea route. This is of great interest to many economies in Northern Europe and in Northeast Asia, because as you can see, it offers the opportunity for shipping between Asia and Europe at a very faster pace. It is one which is been sought to be developed by Russia over the past few years because of the opportunity for much faster shipping between the two continents. Now, the other area which is of interest, if you look at the dark green line, that is the Northwest Passage, which I just spoke of. But what I'm also very interested in is the pale blue line in the middle of the map. That is actually a Central Arctic route, which right now is very difficult to use, but now could very well be in use within the next 15 years. So this has led to a great deal of not only environmental questions, but legal and logistical ones as well. Thank you. Next. Now, the whole concept of increased polar shipping has led many countries to look very seriously at a better way of regulating ship traffic at both poles. And this culminated in the development of the Polar Code in 2017, which adds a very specific set of guidelines to civilian vessels in both the Arctic and the Southern Ocean, in the name of both safe operations and environmental protection. The Arctic has very specific navigational hazards. Even with the melting of the ice cap, you still have to deal with very difficult conditions, including icebergs, very unpredictable weather, very major variations in light and darkness, and obviously very fragile environments. So the Polar Code, even though it is seen as a major first step in environmental regulation of the Arctic, many say that there is still going to be much work to be done to protect the region as more and more vessels from more and more countries want to use the Arctic for shipping. The International Maritime Organization has also pushed for a ban on the use of heavy fuel oil by ships in the region. This is something which is still under negotiation. Thank you. Next. Now, another area which is very important to the Central Arctic is the area of fishing. The prospect of fishing in the Central Arctic did cause a lot of concern among environmentalists. More of the ocean is becoming accessible by fishing vessels. So in 2018, after many years of negotiations and some preliminary agreements, the coastal states that I mentioned, Canada, Denmark, Norway, Russia, and the United States, joined with other governments, including Korea, to sign an agreement on regulating high seas fisheries in the Central Arctic. Now, this is very key because there was the worry that without such an agreement, fishing vessels might be operating much more freely in the Central Arctic, and that could lead to considerable strains on fish stocks. Even with all of these agreements in place, though, there is still a lot of worry that as more and more ships, civilian and military, begin to work their way into the Arctic, this is going to put a considerable strain on maritime resources. And one other quick point, whaling in the Arctic has also been a controversial subject. Some parts of the region it is legal, including in Norway, but other parts of the Arctic have been against it. So this is another area of differing views on Arctic diplomacy. Next. Now, far and away, the most important organization, if we're going to be talking about governance in the Arctic, has been the Arctic Council. Now, the Council's origins have a very interesting history, and it includes a very important speech that was given by then Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev in 1987, calling for the removal of nuclear weapons, the demilitarization of the Arctic, as well as various political, environmental, and scientific cooperation. Within his speech, he said, "Let the north of the globe, the Arctic, become a zone of peace." And this is very important because the Arctic was very key to much of the Cold War. It was a very short space between the Soviet Union and the United States. Various agreements which appeared in the late 1980s and early 1990s included an Arctic environmental protection strategy. The Arctic Council itself was created in 1996 with the Ottawa Declaration, and it was designed to connect not only Arctic governance, but also Indigenous peoples and communities. It is important to remember, going back to what I said at the beginning, that the Arctic is not a blank space. Approximately 4 million people live in and around the Arctic Circle. Now, the fate of the Arctic Council as of the beginning of this year is under question. Russia is currently chairing the Arctic Council, but formal relations between the other 7 Arctic states and Russia have been suspended since March of this year. This leads to a lot of questions about the future of the Council. Next. Now, very briefly, you see that this is a very complex organization. There are 8 members. Denmark is the Kingdom of Denmark, also represents the Faroe Islands and Greenland. But there are also observers, various international non-governmental organizations. But there are also 13 country observers, including Korea, whose role is just that, to observe, to participate in various working groups, which I will talk about in a moment, and to participate in dialogue on the environment, on safe maritime activity, and on combating pollution. There are also permanent participants, and these are Indigenous organizations that also play a role in the dialogue within the Council. Other countries have also applied to become observers. You can see a short list here. It will be interesting to see which countries actually formally submit bids next year under current circumstances. But the point I'm trying to make is that the Arctic governments is starting to become much more international. Many non-Arctic states are starting to come forward and say, I would like a say in what is happening in this important region. Next. So, very briefly, there are numerous non-governmental organizations and international government organizations that are active in the region, including, for example, the UN Development Program, the International Arctic Science Committee, and the University of the Arctic. If you are an observer, that includes observer nations, you are expected to follow particular guidelines and be a very positive participant in Arctic discourse. The working groups include, as you can see the list here, that look at pollution, look at the issue of monitoring, looking at the protection of the environment in the region, and dealing with the issue of sustainable development. A sister organization to the Council is the Arctic Economic Council, which is also based in Tromsø. It acts as a coordinator for business interests in the region. Next. What is the future of the Arctic Council? Well, will the current situation be that there is simply no possibility of cooperation with Russia and the West within the Council? Will there be a split of the Arctic Council? Will there be an A7 minus Russia? This is a very important concern. With the growing military interest of the Arctic, how will there be a balance between economic interests, security, and environmental pressures? Another very important development in the region is that 2 Arctic Council members, Finland and Sweden, may become NATO members, in which case you now have 7 Arctic Council members as part of NATO, and then you have Russia. You then have the concern of the internationalization of Arctic concerns. As I said, many non-Arctic states have become much more interested in the region. So how best to balance Arctic and non-Arctic interests in the far north? And then you have the question of great power role. So is the Arctic still a region of exceptionalism? Is it still an area of high north and low tension, which is very often said in the region? And one other very complicated question, will there be the need in the future for an Arctic treaty? How would it be created? From a legal viewpoint, this would be extremely complicated. Next. With the situation with security, there is going to be a lot of discussion about ways of maintaining certain levels of dialogue. There have been, for example, talks in the past between the Arctic Five. These are the specific governments that are right on the Arctic Ocean. They are littoral states. In Norway, we also have the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, which was created in 1993 to create a dialogue in the Barents Sea region. However, Russia has been suspended from this group. You have the Arctic Circle Forum, which is a major Track 2 organization which brings together many government members, scholars, specialists, scientists that look at Arctic affairs. And you have a similar situation in Tromsø with the Arctic Frontiers Conference. And of course, you have UArctic, which is very key to the development of maintaining academic ties throughout a very large region. Next. So finally, while there is definitely a preference for anarchic organizations in the region is not a blank state. It is not terra nullius. There is a rich array of international law and governments in the region. All of this is very much valid in the Arctic, and it is becoming much more important as the Arctic continues to open up. Question now is, to what degree is Arctic governance global? What are the roles of Arctic versus non-Arctic states? Can the Arctic and can Arctic governance be able to keep up with the very rapid environmental changes that is taking place in the region? And finally, what roles will state and local governments, as well as Arctic peoples, play in the coming years? So these are all very difficult questions which will need to be addressed in the very near future. Thank you very much.
네, 마크 란테인 교수님께
Thank you, Professor. Please send him a round of applause. Thank you for your presentation. He talked about the prospects in the governance of the Arctic.
And next, on the topic of prospects of Arctic economic cooperation, we will have Executive Director of AEC, Mads Fredriksen. Mr. Fredriksen developed Arctic industries and policies at the Confederation of Danish Industry. Please come forward and please give a welcoming hand.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Better to hold it? Yes. So thank you very much, and thank you to Deputy Director who is here, and to the ambassadors, to the President of KMI and COPRI, and dear Excellencies. It's very impressive to see all of these people gathered here talking about Arctic affairs. And I'm also very impressed by the interpreters that has done a great job so far, and I hope they can translate with the speed that I will be speaking with the next few minutes. I will be speaking about Arctic economic cooperation because I come from the Arctic Economic Council based in Tromsø, as we heard about. And when we talk about Arctic economic cooperation, this map for me symbolizes what it's all about, because this is my favorite map of the Arctic region. What you see here is the trading routes in the year 700. So this is several thousand years ago, or several hundred years ago. The Vikings used to trade from Norway, going over to Greenland, going into Newfoundland and the US. So trading and Arctic cooperation in the Arctic is not a new thing. Mike Schrager from the US Arctic Research Commissions has defined what he calls the 7 drivers, the 7 Cs. So this is what drives development in the Arctic region. And we have been speaking about a lot of these today. We've been speaking about the climate, communities, commodities, etc. And I will also be touching upon several of these. Because the Arctic Economic Council, we are an international independent business membership organization. So we have members from all Arctic states, but also non-Arctic states, and we represent the business voice in the Arctic region. We are also open if any South Korean companies would like to be members, they can also join the Arctic Economic Council. And what we do is we represent these people. These are the people living in the Arctic region. Because the Arctic region is so much more than just polar bears and icebergs. It's also people and communities where people live and work every day, like in Tromsø, where I'm from. And these people, they're feeling exactly the same mega trends as people in South Korea does. These are some of the mega trends that the whole world is facing. Demographic change, urbanization, digitalization, etc. And we are just 4 million people in the Arctic region, so we feel these mega trends. But inside of this circle, there's more people living inside of this circle than outside of it. These people also feel these mega trends. So when we talk about Arctic cooperation, economic cooperation, we need to find out how can 4 million people in the Arctic region make a difference for those people living inside of this circle. And we believe you can do it within many areas. And because of time, I've just picked 3 areas that I think are important. Because the Arctic region got fish to feed the world, we got energy to power industries, and we got raw materials that you need in the green transitions. And as I said, we can export all of this from the Arctic region, but we need global partners. So this map is from the UN, and it shows the expected population growth in the near future. We will be 9.7 billion people on this planet in 2050. The question is now, how are we going to feed them all? Today, protein intake from fish, global protein intake from fish is around 6-7%. So there's a huge potential. And we have already been talking a lot about fisheries, and I know it's an important area for Korea as well, and so it is for the Arctic. Fishing export is around 95% of Greenlandic export. 95% of Greenlandic export comes from fishing. But it's not only about how we can catch and sell more fish, it's also how we can do it more sustainably. So we have to catch the fish more sustainably, and we also need to make sure that we're using all the waste products, so we have a 100% utilization. So that was one, fish to feed the world. Then energy. And here I would like to take you up north, to northern part of Sweden, just south of the Arctic Circle, to a small town called Skellefteå. This is Skellefteå. a small town of 72,000 inhabitants. The building you see there is an amazing hotel. It's built completely of wood from within 110 kilometers of the place. Very sustainable. So this small town, they're doing something quite amazing because they have a lot of renewable energy. Actually, they have a surplus of renewable energy. Because this company, Northvolt, recently did a tender where they asked every single community, every single town and city in Europe could bid on getting a factory to their region that will have more than 5,000 employees, most of them international employees. So this was the head of supply chain at Tesla. He comes up with this tender to build this factory, and it was Northvolt that wanted because they have access to green renewable energy. Northvolt will deliver 1/3 of all the batteries in the electric vehicles in Europe, and it's in northern Sweden. Another reason why they decided to place and just to say, these are big investors, and these are big foreign investors in the car industry. And just to say, the reason why they picked Skellefteå was not only because of the energy, and because of there was plenty of space and a deep sea port, it was also because it was close to the mining areas. Because mining is a key if you want to build batteries, and that's the raw materials for the green transition. This map shows where the EU, the European Union, sources their raw materials from. And I think personally it's a very interesting map because a lot of these raw materials we have in the Arctic region as well. And I think customers are going to ask for more responsible source mining in the future. And we can deliver that in the Arctic region. Another reason why this map is interesting is also if you look at the bottom right, you can see China delivers around 98-99% of rare earth elements. Rare earth elements are critical if you want to build batteries in wind turbines, in cars, in cell phones. You need rare earth elements. We got those rare earth elements in Canada. We got those rare earth elements in Greenland, all across the Arctic region. So I think there's going to be more investments in mining because as you can see on this map, there is mining opportunities throughout the region. So what do we need? What do we need to reach these goals? Because this also sounds amazing, but of course we need some global cooperation. We need some support. And we need it within infrastructure development. We need it to get more investments, and we need it when it comes to demographics. And I will just quickly go through one by one what this means. So infrastructure, we already heard a lot about shipping in the Arctic region. And we also heard the temperatures rise, and actually this is not updated, it should be 4 times as fast. In Svalbard, it's 7 times as fast. So climate change is happening at a rapid speed in the Arctic region. And this has a massive impact, of course, for the whole world, but also for Arctic communities that feels the impact of climate change. So this has an impact on the people living there. But it also opens up new shipping routes. As we just heard from the previous speaker, Mark Langton, that there's a lot of new shipping routes being open. And these shipping routes, they need infrastructure to facilitate this. So this is infrastructure both for search and rescue, but it's also ports building, and it's improved connectivity. Because according to the Arctic Council, we need to invest more in connectivity. We need to get sufficient quality in order for the whole Arctic community to participate globally. We really saw during the pandemic that there was a digital divide, that not everyone was as connected as we always talked about. So we need to invest in connectivity in the Arctic. It can be satellites, and low Earth orbiting satellites, but it can also be subsea fiber optic cables. So this is quite an amazing project to build a subsea fiber optic cable running from Japan and then all the way over Alaska, over Canada, into Greenland and down to Ireland. And this is not only to benefit, this is a project of around $1.3 billion US, and it's not only to benefit the Arctic region, but it's also to benefit the investment bankers and companies in Northern Europe. So it's basically Arctic cooperation where you're connecting Asia with Europe, but using the benefits of the Arctic region. And I can get a lot more in details about this project, why it's so amazing that it's in the Arctic. But one of the reasons is, for example, that there's not so much shipping and fishing in many parts of the Arctic, which means that the cable will be safe for a long time. Another reason is also you can use this cable as a smart cable, so to say, where you install sensors in the cable so you can collect real-time climate data and seismic data from the cable. So basically, this cable will benefit the business communities in Europe, it will benefit the science community, and it will very much benefit the local communities across the Arctic because they will give high-speed internet. Then we need investments. We need investments and we need international investments. And to help facilitate these investments, the Arctic Economic Council is the host of what we call the Arctic Investment Protocol. So the Arctic Investment Protocol is a set of guidelines for any investors who wants to come into the Arctic. You can see here, we got 6 guidelines. It's a very simple document, and it's the best way if you come in as an outside investor and you want to invest in the Arctic. It's about involving the local communities. It's about using state-of-the-art science. It's about working on collaboration and cooperation. So the Arctic Investment Protocol is a way for us to say, how can we move forward when it comes to investments in a proper, responsible manner? And then we come to probably the biggest challenge of them all. And it's not something that we talk much about the last few days, but I really think when I speak with the companies across the Arctic region, they all mention demographics. They all mention that we need more people in the Arctic. We are simply too few people. It was also in the Norwegian news this morning. It was in the Greenlandic news a few days ago, and it's constantly in the news. This photo, by the way, I took just a few weeks ago from Kirkenes in northern Norway. It's called Notting Hill, and it's the man who invented the app Angry Birds. So the man who invented the app Angry Birds has bought an old hospital. And what he wants to do there is he wants to have 500 young people to sit in there, entrepreneurs, and create the future companies. So he got the building now, he got the infrastructure, he comes with the investments. What he needs now is people to put into this startup place. So it's an old hospital that's going to be made into a startup hub, but they need people. What you see here is one is from northern Sweden on the right-hand side, another one is from northern Norway in Mo i Rana. These are websites saying, you know, we need you guys to come and work here. Please come and work in the Arctic because we got endless opportunities within the green revolution, the green transition. And what we realized for many, many years is because right now the fastest growth rate in the Arctic within any sector is old people. And we need to turn that around and make the economic sector the fastest growth rate. But people don't only come for the beautiful northern light. People don't only come to the Arctic region for the snow-covered mountain. People also come there to have a meaningful job. And what we offer in the Arctic is very much meaningful jobs. So we are very open, and it's not only for white-collar workers, it's blue-collar workers, it's open for everyone. An example of this is the Faroe Islands have actually made a fast-track solution. First, they did it for the European Union. Now it's from everyone who wants to come and work in the Faroe Islands and has the skill sets that are needed can get a fast-track visa to the Faroe Islands. This is because we need people in the north. And finally, I have 2 slides left on Arctic cooperation. Just so, because everyone have been talking about the Arctic Council and so on, and we heard Mark Lantan speak about the Hans Island. So Arctic cooperation happens in a very peaceful manner in big parts of the Arctic. So this was a long war called the Whiskey War, because the Canadian government will go and put a bottle of bourbon on the island, and the Danish government would go and put a bottle of schnapps, 2 bottles of alcohol on the island. But this was peacefully solved with dialogue between Arctic nations. And then finally, I want to show this one, because we have to remember these people. So this is a poster from a Norwegian TV show called Pukkers. Pukkers is about 3 ice hockey teams from the northern part of Norway, northern part of Finland, and northern part of Russia. They are old, retired ice hockey players, and they meet each year to play a tournament among each other. And what they keep talking about in this one is that there might be a lot of conflicts and so on, but for those of us living in the Arctic region, there's a lot of friendships, there's a lot of cooperation, there's a lot of family ties and friendship ties. You can see the indigenous groups are the best example of this. There's a lot of personal relationships in the Arctic region, so there's a lot of economic cooperation in the Arctic region among the Arctic peoples. But we need more people, and we are open for more cooperation. And I'm looking forward for increased Korean involvement in the business sector in the Arctic. Thank you very much.
네, 말씀 감사.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very concise perspective. You mentioned the Arctic economic cooperation on fisheries, minerals that require support and cooperation. Thank you very much.
다음은 이제
Next, we go on to our third presentation of today. It will be under the theme, the Master Plan for Promoting Polar Activities and Arctic Cooperation. And Policy Team Lead of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, Seo Min-jung, will take the stage. She is a policy leader at the ministry. Please welcome her with a round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I am Seo Min-jung from Korea's Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. This year was a very important and meaningful year for Korea's Arctic policies. The first master plan, the basic plan which I'm going to talk about today, was established this year. And the 7th APW opening ceremony, which we had yesterday, was the place where we announced this plan and also announced our vision together with the other people, representatives. Furthermore, I also participated in the Arctic Circle held in Iceland this year. I really wanted to see the lights, but unfortunately I missed them. But at least in this photo, I see the aurora lights. And against this backdrop, I am very pleased to share these details with the master plan with all of you here. So let me tell you the details of the master plan or the basic plan that we have established. These are the agenda for today's presentation. I'll give you an overview and also talk about progress, and then environment and international trends, and fourth, our vision and goals, and fifth, the concrete tasks for each strategy. First, overview. Last October, Korea legislated the Polar Activity Promotion Act, which was enforced. And based on this law, we came up with this plan, basic plan or master plan for polar activities. This plan covers both the Antarctic and Arctic, and it is the topmost level statutory plan that has a whole of government involvement. So next, I will talk about the various dimensions of background that led to this master plan. First, there was a legal background, which was a legal framework that I just spoke about, and then there was an environmental background of climate change getting more severe and other climate problems surfacing. And we thought the polar regions held the key to solving these challenges, so we wanted to create a plan. Thirdly, our policy research on polar areas has come to a mature stage, and we need a more mid to long-term strategy. And fourthly, the international trend was for other countries were doing the same in establishing Arctic policies and directions. So as a responsible member of the international community, Korea followed suit. I'll go on to the next slide. This slide shows what we did on the Antarctic front and also the Arctic front. After we became an observer country on the Arctic, we had more efforts. But the previous plans were not based on the law before the law was legislated, so the power was comparatively weaker. And on the Antarctic, we had a plan every 5 years, but that plan was mostly focused on research activities. So we wanted to come up with a plan that covers both the Antarctic and Arctic and had mid to long-term visions. We prepared this plan from the early part or early months of this year. And we took into consideration the mature environment of polar research in Korea and also how our infrastructure or awareness of regarding polar regions were inside Korea. We did surveys and studies to understand more of the awareness and perception side, and also spoke to many experts and government agencies. Also, we did some on-site fact-finding before we established the master plan. Now, on the global front, United States also recently established a plan on Arctic, and also China is making investments. And other countries are increasing their budget allocation for Arctic. So worldwide, there's this trend of establishing strategies for Arctic, both on the security front and also for environmental purposes. This is our diagnosis report for our polar capacity. We have 2 stations in the Antarctic and 1 in the Arctic. And as for the icebreaker, we have 1 called Ara-1, and 1 will be finished around 2026. This means that we'll have, once we have these 2 icebreakers and these bases, will become 4th in terms of polar capacity in the world. And while we are 14th in research results, our pace of increasing researches is actually number 1. We are increasing very rapidly. And next is patents. Most of our patents are on vessels, but we think we are around 3rd in the world. Globally, compared to the polar technology leader, US, we're about 75% of what the US is doing, but the gap is decreasing fast. And even in the international community, Korea is reinforcing its presence on the Arctic Council and other organizations. So with the plan, first we set the vision. It's a polar leading country for the people, a challenge towards the unknown, a leap towards the future. Because this is our first statutory plan, it has a 5-year span, which is the mid to long term, and then we came up with this 5-year plan as well, based on our mid to long term direction. And in this plan, there are key areas where we want to focus our efforts on, and we call that project New Polar Project, and this project has identified 9 key tasks. First is under the Navigate the Future, and second, Eco-Transition, and third is, while the polar industries are not firmly established yet, going forward, when the industries take shape, we want to produce the technologies that are relevant to that industry so that we can lead in that space. First is, once the icebreaker is built, we can go to the North Pole using that and can lead international joint research efforts. And we will also try to build an inland base in the Antarctic and research base. Furthermore, now on the Arctic side, we want to study the glaciers and the atmosphere so that we can predict the 4 seasons in Korea and also predict natural disasters. Furthermore, eco-friendly ice-breaking container ship technology and eco-friendly energy are areas where we want to reinforce our cooperation. Through the bioresources in the polar regions, we will also intensify our growth in the biological pharmaceutical areas. I will only speak briefly about Antarctic topics because this forum is mainly for Arctic discussions. So we have 5 promotion strategies for this goal. First is, as you see on the slide, we want to go into the unknown territories. Second, based on such adventures, we want to resolve and respond to climate or environmental issues. And thirdly, through technologies that can be created through these polar regions, we want to lay down the foundation for a national economy in the polar industry. And fourthly, we will build an international cooperation system domestically and internationally. And also within Korea, we want to communicate better towards our people regarding polar topics. First, I will talk about our adventure into the unknown territory. This has two sub-level tasks. First is making inroads to the unknown territory to expand research. And to do this, as noted, we are building the icebreaker, next generation icebreaker, to do exactly that. It's called K-Arctic 2023, which is our attempt to go into the higher latitude seas and do joint research there. We have a MOU with Denmark on this one, and we hope to expand research and strengthen research in the high latitude areas with their help. And on the Antarctic, we will build inland bases. The second sub-strategy is for us to unlock the secrets of ecosystem and the environment. In the past, when we only had Ship Araon, we weren't able to participate as actively in IODP of the Arctic, but we will do so in the future so that we can analyze the climate 2.6 million years ago. And on the ecosystem side, there was an article that said virus found in permafrost was still able to be communicated to other subjects. So we would like to reinforce our research on microorganisms as well. The second strategy is based on our adventures to the unknown territory. The second strategy is about how we will respond to environmental issues. This also has two subtasks. The first subtask is predicting disasters so that we can better respond to climate crisis. When we study sea ice and atmosphere, data is key. Data is most important. And securing data has been slow so far. We had to get it from other countries. But if we have a very small satellite up in the space, then it will be much more cost-effective and efficient for us to secure and build up data, which will allow us to analyze the air, atmosphere, and sea ice in the Arctic to predict temperature and the climate change around us. Second, it relates to the Antarctic. We were only able to analyze a part of the Antarctic so far, but we want to expand the scope so that we can predict rising sea levels. Next is our preservation efforts on resources and environment. We will do ecosystem studies. We will have an ROV active so that we can study the geological structure. And second, underwater noise and microplastics are key issues that have surfaced recently, so we want to respond to these more recent issues as well. Another Antarctic-related point is in the special preservation zones of the Antarctic, we will do more ecosystem studies there as well. Now let me go on to the third strategy. As noted, the polar industries or businesses are not well established globally yet. But as we do studies and research, if we lead with technology, then we will be able to create more benefits. So this has three subtasks as well. The first sub-strategy is in preparation for polar routes opening up. We want to prepare by improving our shipbuilding and shipping technologies. Regarding eco-friendly vessels, we are putting in research resources here, and we will also have the private sector participate here so that by 2026 we can do proof of concept and actually test it out. And to secure safe navigation technology, we will secure autonomous navigation technologies which will allow us for safe travel. And secondly, there are companies inside Korea who are interested in going to the Arctic, and we will share information and some data and tips towards these companies which showed interest in the Arctic area. And next is a technology that we have co-developed, which is extreme cold weather withstanding technology and also bioenergy technology. When it comes to the Arctic, permafrost is not stable, but we would like to have better construction technology on this and utilize it as a test bed to install satellites or bases in space. Second is unmanned vehicle technology in extreme cold environment, and data storage systems, and also communication technologies that can withstand the extreme cold weather. And the third point is based on cooperation with Arctic countries. We want to improve our renewable energy cooperations in such as wind power and so on. Thirdly, sustainable fishing, and through biotechnology, we want to expand our presence in these topics as well. We spoke briefly about the CAUFA meeting, but by 2045, it seems that the waters will open up and allow for fishing. So in that spirit, the coastal countries, 10 countries consisting of coastal countries and non-coastal countries, had a conference of parties in November regarding the agreement for preventing unregulated fishing, and we will continue to do so and make efforts in this field as well. And next is our marine sustainable certification. So that sustainable fisheries is maintained. We want to give the certification so that we support the fishing vessels as well. And biotechnology gives a lot of implications for the pharmaceutical industry as well. Based on R&D, new antibiotics or dementia treatments are being developed based on the biotechnologies that we have from polar regions that do not have any antibiotic resistance problems, so we think that based on these efforts, we will also be able to develop technology that has immunomodulator capacity and functions as well. Fourth is the foundation of our polar policy, which is the cooperation ecosystem. There are 3 subtasks. First is establishment of national and social cooperation channels. Right now, polar policies are governed by our ministry, Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and also Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But we would like to build a whole of government body so that the government gets involved in polar policies, and also so that we can invite the private sector as well, so that polar policies are strengthened from multiple perspectives. Secondly, there is COARC, which is Korea Arctic, which stands for Korea Arctic Consortium, and in this forum, the Arctic companies can share information with Korean companies, and we would like to serve the role as this platform to induce more stronger and robust cooperation. As for these information exchanges, I understand that Iceland and other Arctic countries are voicing interest, so we will expand to include them as well. Second is international cooperation, bilateral and also multilateral. I would like to really emphasize this point for this audience especially because, as you know, the Arctic Council is facing many challenges, and as of now, it is our understanding that we need to reinforce the bilateral cooperation against this backdrop. Of course, if the Council reconvisits activity, it will be better news, but so there's this Arctic 8, a group of countries, and with these countries respectively, we would like to reactivate our cooperation and strengthen our cooperation via research MOUs and so on. For example, last November, we had a MOU signed with Denmark on Arctic scientific research, and this year, with Norway, we are talking about education, Arctic education topics, And we recently started the first dialogue towards this end. So like this, we will continue to identify common issues that Korea has with the Arctic countries to establish a communication channel. Second is the ministerial meeting that will be held, and we are interested in co-hosting the meeting. As for this meeting, I understand that it is hosted with the chair country of the Arctic Council, and we are interested in co-hosting the fifth meeting, but we'll, I think, have to monitor the international situation and also Russia, of course. Going forward, there are a lot of meetings scheduled on the Antarctic side as well, and we are planning a Seoul Declaration as well. Thirdly, is private sector informed and involved cooperation. As you know, the APW is underway, but as for Arctic Frontier, there are also Arctic Frontier opportunities, and APW, I believe, is the only non-Arctic country hosted forum, so we will make efforts to bolster the position and standing of the relevant forums and to support the indigenous people. It's a working group project under the Arctic Council where we have food cluster projects, and we will participate in this food initiative as well. And this year June, we constituted the CONARC and added a lot of experts on this and fleshed out each working group where we identify tasks on how we can contribute to the Arctic Council. And next year marks the 10th anniversary, and we'll more proactively participate in this body as well. Finally, the last strategy. This strategy was based on a survey. Unfortunately, the people in their 50s and 60s, so the people in their 50s and 60s had good perception and awareness about the polar regions, but the young people, young generation, didn't have that much awareness and understanding, which we found unfortunate. So based on this learning, we want to promote our efforts in communicating and educating our young generation. We will share a lot of assistance with the private sector to achieve this purpose. Next year, we will open a commercial center on polar activities where students and school visits can happen so that students can understand more. And also, this will be a center for the businesses interested in this topic as well. And when we have the next generation icebreaker, compared to just one Arawan, it means that we will have one more and much more capacity. So we will also open up this capacity to the private sector so that we can produce more deliverables. And on polar regions, of course, security and safety are of utmost priority. We will come up with a safety guidelines so that we can be safe in every one of our efforts. And medical support for those on-site people in the Arctic areas is another point that is included in our plan. And as I just spoke about briefly, we do have now a plan for our next generation to educate them. We have a plan of nurturing many next generation talents, and to do this, we're thinking of providing scholarships to polar subject-related majors and also identify and set up more graduate school and courses so that it can connect to the new Arctic program. Secondly, on the polar region side, for the younger generation to have a firm perception or understanding of the polar regions, it means that we need to have polar-related school topics and school courses in the curriculum. So we want to work on the education curriculum as well. Third is that we will be better at communicating the polar research deliverables and achievements and recent trends that happen in this field with our people. So we will do a better job of promoting because, as you know, there's a lot of social network and media platforms that many people are on, and we have such great results happening. So we want to make it more aware towards the people and communicate it better. And as noted, we will reflect it in this education curriculum so that our children, next generation, can better understand the importance of our two polar regions. And we will also hold festivals, polar festivals, so that it's not just boring studies when it comes to the polar regions, so that we can have a festival where polar regions come across as fun subjects and events towards our people. As we established this plan, it had a lot of details, so I tried to sum it up as much as possible, but it was still a long presentation. Because we have succeeded in making this plan this year, next year we will have the enforcement, the action plan for this plan, to make sure that we actually implement this master plan. And I believe that we have many key stakeholders here with whom we will cooperate on this master plan going forward. So I'll ask for your continued support and interest. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Policy Leader Seo Min-jung, for your presentation. She spoke about the mid to long-term vision and plan of leading up to 2023. We are past our ending time of session 2. We will have a 5-minute break, which means we will reconvene at 4:42 for the third session. We will have a comprehensive discussion session based on this session. Thank you.
여기는 없나? 네모지 쪽. 그 뒤에 서는데 들어가면 안 돼. 사람이 거의 6명이.
제가 하고 나서 대본 뒤에
네. 그래요. 예. 많이 써주세요. 예.
장관님 네, 이어서 3세션을 마지막으로 시작을 하도록
And now we will start session 3. I'd like to ask everyone to kindly take your seats and the panel to take their seats on the stage. We will soon start the panel discussion session 3. So please kindly be seated.
네, 그러면 3세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 잘 쉬셨습니까?
We will now begin session 3. Hope you had a nice break. This third session will be a communication featuring more in-depth communication and discussion. The topic for the third session is new international relations and Arctic cooperation. As you see, we have 6 panelists and the chair. Let me introduce the chair. We have Mr. Kim Sung-jin, the former Minister of Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, and also he worked in the Finance Ministry and also the Presidential Office. Moreover, he's very interested and passionate about the Arctic. So I will now turn the mic over to the chair. Please introduce the panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you. Thank you for attending this long meeting and being engaged with us. This is the start of the third session and also our last session for today. It's a comprehensive discussion. Based on the previous roundtable session and expert presentations that we had, we became aware of the importance of Arctic and also key tasks or challenges that exist related to the Arctic. We had a lot of insightful discussions and informative presentations. Despite the ever-growing importance of the Arctic this year, because of the incident in Ukraine, the Arctic cooperation became challenged and faced a big threat. In particular, the Arctic Council, which is currently chaired by Russia, has suspended all official activities. While the current situations are like this, the problems of the Arctic or the issues of the Arctic are not geographically confined to the Arctic, but have overarching global impact. And ironically, this means that at a time where the Arctic cooperation momentum has died down a little bit, we come to realize how important Arctic cooperation is worldwide. I think this time has taught us that. In our roundtable for Arctic Policy Forum and through the expert presentations, I think we're very aligned that cooperation still has to continue on and that cooperation is of utmost priority. We formed a consensus and I think that we are all aligned on that. And with this alignment, I think we reaffirmed the potential for better and stronger cooperation in the future. I think it was a very meaningful session. So from now on, without further ado, with my 6 panelists here today, we will talk about new international relations and Arctic cooperation under this new dynamic. We will now have a more in-depth, focused discussion on the cooperation topic. So let me first introduce our 6 panel members. To my immediate left, we have Executive Director Anu Frederiksen from the Arctic Frontier. Next, we have CEO Cobain Prope of Granapo. Next, we have Professor Kim Hyun-jung of Yonsei University. Next, I think this face is a very familiar face. He is Director at Strategy Division at KMI, Director Kim Min-soo. And second to last, we have Director Seo Won-sang from Corpri. Lastly, he is from media, and we have reporter Jung Young-gun from Nail News. The Arctic Policy Forum took up well, and we are having great sessions, and the time allotted to us is 50 minutes. So to each of the 6 members in the panel, I would like to give you 5 minutes each. And in that 5 minutes, I will ask 1 or 2 questions for you to answer and share your perspective. First, my first question goes to Executive Director Anu Frederickson from Arctic Frontier. Before I ask you the question, I would like to thank you for coming all the way to Busan City. Thank you so much for attending this session today. So my first question. After its establishment in 2007, the Arctic Frontier is serving as a forum for global discourse on the sustainable development of the Arctic and a platform for establishing Arctic partnership as well. And Korea was also hosting the 8PW since 2016, and we benchmarked off the success case of the Arctic Frontier and learned from it. So we were thinking about having a co-session, joint session between 8PW and Arctic Frontier, having regularizing such sessions. Well, that was one idea. Or another idea was having a regional forum which we co-host in a third country and regularizing that effort as well. First, I would like your opinion on the role of Arctic Frontier in making sustainable Arctic cooperation happen. And the next question is, please share your opinion on regularizing, on ways or potential of regularizing joint session between 8PW and Arctic Frontier.
So much, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for inviting me. It is truly a pleasure to be back in Busan. Now, Arctic Frontiers and our role in terms of sustainable development in the Arctic, for me, it really boils down to 3 key issues. First one being knowledge-based development. Second, breaking down the silos. And the third aspect that I would like to mention is for the Arctic, in the Arctic, and about the Arctic. And if I start with the first point, knowledge-based development, that really boils down to the strategy of Arctic Frontiers. We want to provide knowledge-based solutions for a resilient, sustainable, and thriving Arctic. And this is the backdrop of our existence. Since 2007, we have gathered policymakers, scientists, and business representatives to make sure that the information travels and that we have better flow of information between those sectors. However, that leads me to the second point that I wanted to make, which is that of breaking the silos. Unfortunately, it's not as simple as we would like to have it. I have my own background first, started off my career working within policy issues in the Arctic. Then I have served the business community, and now I work with Arctic Frontiers, which combines all of these 3. And I know that unfortunately, we still very much work within our silos. The businesses speak business language. When they meet researchers, they don't necessarily understand each other. And this is something that we want to work on when we are at the Arctic Frontiers. But there are other types of silos that we also need to continue breaking. Those are, for example, the silos between the Arctic and non-Arctic states. Today has been a very good reminder of the need for collaboration and partnerships across the region. But we also need to think about generational gaps. If we want to build a society in which our young people want to live, and here I'm referring to Mats Fredriksen's presentation that we heard before and the demographic challenge that we have in the Arctic, we really need to listen to the youth. And I was also inspired when I heard yesterday that Korea has ambitions of educating the next generation of polar scientists. And then another trend that we have observed, especially in the Arctic with the past 7-8 years, is the rise of local and regional stakeholders in the Arctic who also want to have their word to say. A good practical example is the Arctic Mayors Forum. And then being about the Arctic, in the Arctic, for the Arctic, we frequently hear that what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay there, but I would like to turn this the other way around and say that what we see in our region is the result of global developments. And in the current situation where there's a pause in collaboration between the 8 Arctic nations, we really need these type of gatherings like the APW or Arctic Frontiers, where the Arctic families still can get together and discuss and find solutions to the challenges that we are facing. The second question was about the regulation, or let's say enhancement of dialogue and collaboration between Arctic Partnership Week and Arctic Frontiers. I do see great potential here because I think that the overall goal, what we want to achieve, is very much similar. We all want to work for a better Arctic, and the Arctic and global issues are related. I see a lot of similarities between these two events. First and foremost, a strong focus on science. And I think that is a wonderful platform upon which we can build on. Perhaps a joint science session in 2024 Arctic Frontiers could be one way of going forward. But also, circling back to what I mentioned earlier, the emphasis on youth. I think that's also something, that's an arena that I would very much like to explore going forward, because the Arctic Frontiers also has an ambitious youth portfolio covering everything between 5 to 35, focusing on building the next generation, providing them professional networks and experiences, and showcasing the opportunities in the Arctic. Thank you.
예, Anu.
Thank you, Executive Director Anu Fredriksen. I think it's the second time seeing you in this comprehensive discussion session, and I always appreciate your active participation. And I'm sure all of you heard the purpose and goal or values of the Arctic Frontier have been shared by the Executive Director. And on my second question, on the possibility of stronger cooperation between APW and Arctic Frontier, she was very optimistic about this potential as well, especially in the areas of science and also our shared focus and commitment towards the younger generation. I also agree that the values and the purposes of our two organizations are very similar, and that's why we remain optimistic, according to the Executive Director. I hope that KMI and the Korea side can flesh out more concrete ideas to realize this. And if that happens, I think we can look forward to a regularized cooperative mechanism. Thank you so much.
And next, Mr. Colbain. You are an entrepreneur and you also lead ACOS, the Arctic Center for Operation and Safety at the Icelandic Coast Guard. So I have two short questions for you. First of all, for Arctic states such as Iceland and non-Arctic states such as Korea to engage in business cooperation, what needs to be taken into account? What is important? That is the first question. And secondly, Could you briefly explain about the ongoing ACOS project, the basic concept, and how can the ACOS project and Korea engage in cooperation, with a couple of examples, please?
안녕하세요. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. I've actually been in Korea now for over a month. I came here early November to participate in the GNAO conference, GNAO 2022 in Changwon. I have been working on, as you said, Mr. Chair, as an entrepreneur on a business project regarding the electrification of small fishing vessels. And there I come across many of these challenges that you are asking of. How can we actually cooperate between the two countries? And I have found that you really need to have mutual benefits for each country because of course it is a business opportunity, so everyone has to benefit. And you also have to play on each other's strength. In our project, we are looking at our small fishing vessels, our coastal vessels, with our technology regarding renewable energy, and Korean technology regarding electric equipment. So there's a perfect example of this, where everyone can actually benefit from this idea or proposal or project. Secondly, you have to be bold and not be afraid to take steps to go into R&D phase together, research and such development phase, again with mutual benefit, knowledge and technology going back and forth between the two countries for each other benefits. And you have to be united in the steps you take, and everyone has to be aware of what is the next step you're taking. Do we have an MOU? Are we going to go in this direction or that direction? Basically, you need to have a lot of open conversation, but a common view of where we're going. And I have had that experience here in my time in Korea, and I'm very grateful. Back home in Iceland, people joke that I am half Korean now because I've been here for so long, and I've been speaking so highly of your beautiful country on my social media pages. But I'm also, as you said, Mr. Chair, working on another project for the Icelandic government, the Icelandic Coast Guard, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Justice. And that is Arctic Center for Operational Safety. It is a center where you would connect all actors regarding Arctic affairs, but from more of a business opportunity kind of view, not doing research from scratch, but being a connector between actors. The Icelandic Coast Guard has its new vessel in Siglufjörður, which is the northernmost township in Iceland. And to build around that, we look at the in some ways search and rescue operation, but more in the operation safety department, where you could design and product development or test equipment, train crews in Arctic waters, promote training packages, and so on and so forth. I listened to an excellent presentation from the Ministry of Ocean and Fisheries earlier on the new Arctic policy from Korea, and I saw many opportunities there where participation in Arctic Center for Operational Safety could benefit both Korea and Iceland, but mostly the Arctic itself as a ground for testing everything regarding shipping and sailing in the Nordic and Arctic waters between the Icelandic Coast Guard and the Korean Coast Guard, and so on and so forth. So I've been promoting this project as well during my time here in Korea, and have had very fruitful discussions. As I found that all discussions with Korean people are. 감사합니다.
예, 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cobain has been in Korea for more than a month, and you feel as if you're half Korean and with much social activities. Thank you so much.
In Korea. Do you have any plan to stay Korea anymore?
Sadly, I leave back home to Iceland on Saturday, but I hope that I will come back. So I hope that my business in both these projects will lead to my coming back. But I was here in April also, so for 10 days, where I was at the KMI in Busan. So I've been here for many weeks.
For the time being. Anyway, I hope to see you in the near future.
And you are welcome home, back home in Iceland.
Thank you. Anyway.
So Mr. Cobain mentioned how Arctic states and non-Arctic states can engage in business cooperation on a number of fronts. And what was most interesting was that the technology and the united front and the mutual benefits and the sharing of that spirit of cooperation in a unified manner is important. And I think these were very essential points. You also described the ACOS project and invited Korea to participate. And during your 1 month stay, I think one of the key purpose, it was the first time I heard about your key purpose of your stay, electrification of small fishing vessels. This is where Korea has its own specialty, and Iceland is globally a leader. And I do agree with you that the two countries can, for a long period of time, cooperate for the mutual benefit of both. So once again, thank you, Mr. Cobain. And again, I hope to see you soon.
Yes.
Next, I would like to talk with Professor Kim Hyun-jung of Yonsei University. As noted several times, even today, after the war in Ukraine, the momentum of the Arctic cooperation has been undermined greatly. And I wonder, in your perspective, how has the war in Ukraine affected the Arctic cooperation specifically? Please share your thoughts on this. And today we heard from Professor Langtain on the Arctic governance. So it would be great if you also could share your perspective and comments regarding this topic as well. Lastly, please share your perspective on how you think that geopolitics in the Arctic or governance in the Arctic will play out. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. First, thank you for inviting me to this Arctic Policy Forum. I started studying the Arctic 9 years ago, and when I first started my studies, I received a lot of advice and help from the KMI Institute, so it's great to see some of you here. You gave me several difficult questions, but let me share my view or perspective to the best of my ability. As I heard the first session speakers and the second session speakers, what I felt was everyone is an advocate of rule-based systems and law-based systems and operations. As you have asked on the Ukraine incident, I also feel that rule-based systems should be maintained. I think that is an underlying premise which starts off our discussion. I think all our discussion on Arctic cooperation has to be premised on that. Professor Langtain spoke about Arctic governance and some challenges. And he also explained various disputes that have been resolved in that region and some ongoing ones. And the Hans Island resolution was especially of big interest to me, because as you know, and as Professor Lantane has stated, in June, the two countries decided to have a border across that small island, which marked a peaceful end to that dispute. When I first started the Arctic 9 years ago, I heard that the Hans dispute, the whiskey dispute, was a very long withstanding one, but after 9 years of study, I finally see the end to that. As for Denmark and Canada, they had a treaty to end their dispute, and rule-based international system, I think, is important even in this context as well. We could see it again here. And that there is also ample room of cooperation and working together in the Arctic, as we see in this treaty. And when the foreign ministers made an announcement, I believe they also were aware of the Ukraine and Russian war when they said that peaceful resolution is important. Rather than war and unrest, of course, peace comes first and peace matters more. So international law and rule-based international system, that those values are shared by the two countries. And I think many Arctic countries voice that same importance when it comes to the Arctic as well. So what is the rule in the rule-based system? I think that's one question that lingers with me. As shared in the first session and second session, of course, we can think about the UNCLOS, UNCLOS, which is a very traditional legal system. And another point is, as for CALFA, which was also mentioned several times, it is a regional regime that is also playing an important role in this rule-based system. So regional-based rule system and also conventional rule-based system, a common trait between the two is that it is based on mutual agreement. It is not one country forcing their way on others, but rather all countries signing equally on to an agreement, and that agreement can be then forms the rule-based system and is maintained as such. Let's think about Russia for a moment. Russia and Ukraine incident are having overwhelming impacts on many dimensions, but internationally speaking, I think Russia is making moves to amend the shipping and navigation laws, and targeting certain vessels and how they operate and navigate the seas. In this perspective, it is different from how UNCLOS system was made. It is different because Russia, this one country, is trying to influence the law and amend their laws to their own interest. And I think we need to advocate for the international law alignment against such a move. As many have noted, because Russia is a chair country of the Arctic Council right now, the cooperation in the Arctic Council has been threatened significantly. But this does not mean that we have to stop or we should stop the cooperation. But because the chair is switched to Norway next year, we can, I think, capitalize on this change and opportunity so that we revitalize the cooperation inside the Arctic Council. And at the end of his presentation, Professor Lantane ended with a couple of difficult questions that we need to think about. And I think while there are such challenges, as he noted, Arctic cooperation and the advocacy for international rule-based system needs to go on. And because there's such a strong existing support for that, I think we can still base our effort on that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Kim. In the roundtable discussions and expert presentations, rule-based international system, maintaining this system and also international cooperation to sustain this are very important and cannot be overemphasized. Furthermore, mutual agreement and mutual respect-based rules and new agreements based on such mutual respect and agreement and positive sentiment are also very important in making it effective. I think by next year, of course, the chair country of Arctic Council will be changed, and then there will be a lot of mutual respect and rule-based system and activities which has the Arctic Council at the center. I believe we'll be able to see this from next year, and a lot of potential and expectations are with that council, I believe. So thank you for your remarks, Professor.
And next, I'd like to invite Mr. Kim Min-soo from the KMI. This year, the Korean government established a master plan for the promotion of polar activities. And earlier, we heard from team leader Seo Min-jung from the MOF about this master plan in very much detail. Despite the challenges of the Ukrainian situation, how is Korea planning to pursue Arctic cooperation under the master plan? Please briefly summarize the key goals. And next year marks the 10-year anniversary of Korea's observership at the Arctic Council. Since the war in Ukraine, the AC's activities have been dampened. But as an observer, how can Korea contribute to Arctic cooperation?
네, 처장님.
Thank you for the question, Chair. As you mentioned, Chair, with Ambassador Hong and team leader Seo, I would like to just summarize what was already mentioned by the two speakers. So before I go into the details, let me give you an overview of the Arctic cooperation. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the Dasan Station, as you heard many times today. And I think that the year 2022 is a starting year because for 10 years prior to becoming an observer state, Korea engaged in science-based cooperation. So for Arctic cooperation, I think that this time period was a period for Korea's preparation. And then that would be from 2003 to 2013. And then after Korea became an observer state and started the second policy framework for the promotion of Arctic activities. And then we launched CONAC and COARC to build capacity on Arctic research in Korea. And then in 2022, well, last year, we established the Polar Activities Promotion Act, and it was decided to build the next IBRV. And again, CONAC was expanded and launched for a systematic research cooperation. And again, we laid out the master plan. So going forward, the next decade will be a decade of more proactive and responsible participation by Korea in the Arctic cooperation. And to pursue Arctic cooperation, I think we need to give three different considerations. First of all, Arctic issues are not confined to the Arctic. We must approach the Arctic as a global Arctic. And some activities in Korea, such as marine litter, can affect the Arctic. So what happens in the Arctic is really having a global impact. And secondly, non-Arctic states are fully capable and committed. Third, in the Arctic Circle, geopolitical risk has been elevated with greater uncertainties. So giving consideration to these 3 points, we need to look at the future direction for Arctic cooperation in the coming decade. I think that the multipolarized Arctic cooperation and grassroots Arctic cooperation is the way to go. Multipolarized Arctic cooperation means bilateral, multilateral cooperation, plus wider international cooperation, including the international organizations such as the UN and EU. And grassroots. By grassroots, I mean that not only the government, but local governments and communities and businesses must also take leadership. So I think that we can make 4 different types of contributions. First, in science cooperation, science-based cooperation really is the way to go. The next generation IBRV or other infrastructure that Korea has can be utilized. And secondly, eco-friendly technology-based cooperation. So all the challenges in the Arctic must be addressed in a technology-based, eco-friendly manner. Thirdly, I think that we can also contribute to rulemaking, such as through KAUFA. We will also have the underwater noise issue and marine litter, which can also develop, which can also have new rules developed. And fourth, multipolar cooperation, where businesses take part in cooperation, and so can local communities. And as Ms. Fredrickson has mentioned, Arctic Frontier, Arctic Circle Assembly, APW can work together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kim. The goals of the master plan has been well set out, and the basic conditions and prerequisites were also mentioned, and you summarized the 4 main directions and prospects for Arctic cooperation. And above all, you stressed the science-based cooperation, eco-friendly technology-based cooperations. Rulemaking is where we can also contribute, and also as an observer state, Korea can work with the full members of the Arctic Council on an equal footing with the full status to develop something like the KAUFA and other new norms and rules. And you also mentioned the multipolar cooperation that goes beyond country-to-country cooperation to encompass community to community, or cooperation or cooperation with businesses, and to have the Arctic Council working groups or the Arctic Frontier or the Arctic Economic Council to become a platform for institutional or organizational cooperation. So you gave us a big picture. Thank you.
Next, my question goes to Director Seo Won-jang from COPRI. As we all well know, this year is the 20th anniversary of the Arctic Tasan Station. How do you evaluate the progress of 20 years of Arctic science activities? Furthermore, cooperation in science is of paramount importance, and when it comes to Arctic cooperation, this cannot be overemphasized. Especially Mr. Seo, you personally led the shipbuilding effort of the next generation icebreaker. So please tell us what building a next generation icebreaker in Korea means for Arctic science cooperation. President Kang Sung-woo previously also talked about the meaningful implications, but as a person who led this effort personally, please tell us what meaning the icebreaker has. Thank you. Hello everyone, I am Seo Won-jang from COPRI. You gave me 2 questions, and because time is short, I will answer both of them in one answer. For the last 20 years, how do I evaluate our efforts? I think one sentence can sum it up. The changes in the Arctic the overarching influences of the changes in the world and Korea have been successfully studied and predicted. More easily put, right now, because of global warming, the Earth is heating up. And through circulation, the heat is going up to the higher latitudes and the Arctic area. The ice, which is acting as an insulator between the atmosphere and the sea, is disappearing fast. And because of the atmosphere, the circulation is happening actually more actively. This means that greenhouse gases, which were captured in the deep seas, are now pulled up and heating up the Earth even more. This accelerates global warming, and not only that, in the Bering Straits, the glaciers and the changes there will go over Siberia to affect the air in the Korean Peninsula. So in this perspective, Korea's scientific study was not just out of pure innocent interest on Arctic. We wanted to understand how we ourselves will be impacted on the Korean Peninsula and also the rest of the world. And we were not alone in doing this research effort. In our Dasan Center and other research centers, we worked with other countries, and this cooperation is, as we are an observer to the Arctic Council, and after the 1988 Sejong Center was built, we also became more involved in the Antarctica side as well, which allowed us to bolster our cooperation and the presence in the international stage. And it has been a positive cycle where we contribute to science in the polar regions as well. So in this context, the next generation icebreaker is an opportunity and an infrastructure, key infrastructure for South Korea. Just on the Arctic side, the Arawan's icebreaking capabilities alone are not enough because we can only last for 3 months on that ship. But the next generation icebreaker has 1.5 tons of icebreaking capabilities at navigation speed. So we can break ice and navigate at the same time, which means it gives us 8 months. So by 2030, we'll be able to reach the North Pole and study it. This means that also that we can invite other foreign researchers to study there with us. At the planning stage of Icebreaker, I did some demand forecasting, and 10 overseas researchers said they would see demand and they want to go on board to study there with us. As Arawan was built and operated, many overseas researchers studied with us, and this also enhanced our research level and our research capacity. It was a mutually beneficial cycle where we benefited from each other. So I think there are two upsides to this icebreaker. First is that we will be able to become more independent in Arctic research. And another upside is that based on this independent capability, we will be able to contribute more strongly to international cooperation and scientific research. As I explained, we will be able to navigate the Central Arctic Ocean, and also we have inland bases as well, and more mid to long term, through more satellites, we'll be able to watch the real-time glacier conditions. This will mean that we have land, sea, and space observance capabilities, which will give us independence, research capacity. But for this to translate into accurate prediction, we need to exchange data with each other. And we need to have data systems respectively in place for us to make that exchange happen. Icebreaking capabilities and sufficient navigation and boat time are required for us to invite ourselves and also other foreign experts, and this can contribute to our economy and benefit. And the Sweden icebreaker has about 13,000 tons capacity, and it's a smaller ship but with greater and better icebreaking capabilities. And this ship was a very long admired ship, but she said that this ship has been around very long, so they are wondering whether to operate it continuously or not. If we have a new ship, I think maybe we'll have the honor to invite other researchers, foreign researchers, onto our ship and repay the gratitude. A Germany ship had this big international research team on that, but when this Germany ship we were not able to go on board because of our other schedules, which was unfortunate. But if we flesh out the key R&D tasks and develop our technologies, I think we can play a leading role in contributing to Korea, the world, and the Arctic Circle. I think we'll be able to lead a big-scale project, and this will, of course, in turn, realize the dreams of many scientists in Korea. Thank you. Thank you so much. You laid out a very hopeful and vision-infused roadmap for the future. We have been doing so until this far, and even in the future, I think we can remain optimistic. The interest and the benefits of the world, and for the benefits of Korea, we need to work together with several countries around the world and make data exchanges and information exchanges with each other. And you also noted how multilateral cooperation will drive better Arctic observance, Arctic research studies, and better results ultimately for the humanity. Thank you for sharing your initiative and plan for the research effort going forward.
Last but not least, Mr. Chung from Nail News. Since the war in Ukraine, interest in the Arctic has been concentrated in the geopolitics and governance areas, while local community issues, including indigenous people, has been set aside, according to some critics. In your view as a journalist, which Arctic issues receive less of a spotlight nowadays, but will require much more cooperation going forward? And what are these issues? If you could share with us one or two examples. And also, to my understanding, that you have written many articles on climate change and the Arctic out of keen interest. So how do you perceive the Arctic as a journalist? And what are most important tasks remaining for Arctic cooperation? Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Chung Young-gun from Nail News. Most of you in the audience have conducted research for a long period of time. You have always been interested in the Arctic. You are experts, and you do your work is relevant to the Arctic, and so that makes you a stakeholder of the Arctic. And regarding the Arctic issues and policies, I do understand that everyone should take an interest and engage in good international cooperation. So that is the theory. But we also have our day jobs and other important priorities to take care of. And I don't think that the Arctic is at the top of everyone's agenda. So I think my job is to link the experts with the mass public who lead ordinary lives and who do not have a high level of knowledge in the Arctic. And so from that perspective, back in 2012, when the Changbogo Station in the Antarctica was established, I did visit Antarctica with some of you. And in the equatorial station belonging to Kiosk, I also visited that station. And so I think that I had my share of polar experience. And I do have access to some news sources. So when I think of the Arctic, there are many issues that come to mind, but I do believe that above all, the Arctic is at the very forefront of climate change. And that places the Arctic at the very top of the global agenda. This morning, I Googled Arctic. And the first news result that came up was news about climate change in the Arctic. How in the winter, the temperature compared to previous or average years is high, mentioning specific places in the Arctic. So that was the top result I got on when I Googled the word Arctic. So that just indicates how important climate change is in the Arctic. And as many of you have mentioned today, if you go to the website of the Arctic Council, the landing page shows and demonstrates climate change and also how the indigenous people of the Arctic are impacted by climate change, how their space, their homes are changing and how they are adapting to climate change. And there is a good reminder of the fact that there are actually people living in the Arctic, and that is what you see on the landing page. So there are many topics relevant to the Arctic, but I do believe that the most important of them all is that those of us who all inhabit this earth, for us, what's most important and what is most importantly addressed by the Arctic Council is climate change, adaptation to climate change. Even so, if you look at the issues often mentioned in relation to the Arctic, I do think that there's an extreme bipolarization. There's greater interest in development and business, and on the other hand, there's the response to climate change and climate crisis and observation. So there are two extreme ends of the spectrum. And how we harmonize these two extreme ends are receiving relatively less of a spotlight. So in terms of development and use of the Arctic and the climate change, at the forefront of climate change in the Arctic, I think that we need to connect the two as a research topic, for example, because the development and use of the Arctic is accelerating. For example, if the NSR is more and more used and the Arctic Ocean is opened up for greater fishery activities, then what will happen to the sea ice? Will it lead to more sea ice loss? Will it increase the ocean temperature? And then what will that have? What impact will that have on our daily lives? So this is the type of comprehensive research topics that are worth pursuing. And when such topics are addressed, I think that we can boost the interest in the Arctic and also discuss how we can resolve climate change. Rather than the two topics moving away from each other, at the far ends of the spectrum, we can harmonize the two and incorporate the two sides into the idea of cooperation. So development and use of the Arctic on the other hand, and climate change on the other. These topics need to be interconnected in a more comprehensive approach. And I wish I could see more research activities under this topic. Thank you very much. Since Mr. Chung is a journalist, I intentionally gave him a very difficult and comprehensive question. But of course, Mr. Chung gave us a very short and concise answer. So addressing climate crisis is an important topic. The development and use, sustainable scientific use need to be addressed in a harmonized manner by pooling all the wisdom of everyone. So we are quite behind schedule, but is there any burning question from the floor? If you have any questions or comments, I will take one or two. Anyone with a question or comment, please raise your hand so that we can bring you a microphone. Well, we've had a long day, and I believe that you are too polite to ask a question while we are wrapping up. So with that, I'd like to wrap up this discussion session. Korea enacted the Polar Activities Promotion Act last year, laying the legal foundation to expand its polar activities. By confirming the plan to build the next generation IBRV, Korea also laid the ground to lead international science cooperation. Also, marking the 20th anniversary of Tasan Station, Korea established the master plan for the promotion of polar activities this year, thereby laying the foundation for polar, and in particular Arctic, sustainable development, and for the promotion of Arctic activities. However, in such a meaningful year of a new leap forward for Korea, ironically, Arctic cooperation has frozen up. No one knows how long this situation will continue. Nevertheless, Arctic issues are the issues of the present and future generations. They transcend regions and form a global challenge that requires a longer-term perspective in our approach. In this sense, under the topic New Path of International Relations and Arctic Cooperation, we have had meaningful discussions and proposals that remind us that despite many challenges and limitations, Arctic cooperation must continue in a sustainable manner. Once again, I'd like to thank all presenters and panelists for joining us, and all online participants and Arctic family. This concludes today's Arctic Policy Forum discussion session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please give a warm round of applause to the chair and the panel. I hope that the discourse today leads to developing cooperative measures for technology and science between Korea and the Arctic. I'd like to thank the audience, both on-site and online, for joining us until the end. This concludes the Arctic Policy Forum. Thank you.
네, 아울러서 안내 말씀 한번 드리겠습니다.
One housekeeping announcement. We have a shuttle bus to the Busan station. If you go to gate 3 of the second floor, there's a black Solari. The bus leaves at 5:50. Only 5 minutes left. Please go to the second floor, gate 3, for the bus to the Busan station. Thank you all.
고생하셨습니다.